Ahem. Ahem. Hey. And hi, Mumbo. Thank you for 14 years. I'm gonna change my cellar plate real quick. I didn't know VOD was lagging, by the way. You guys should told me it was lagging, unless it's just on my end. But I was showing AI last night, the VOD, and yeah. And I was like, whoa, why did no one tell me that VOD was lagging? And it made me so sad. And I was like, I need AI to breed me now. Display, windowed mode? Yes. Target frame. 144, vertical sync off. Okay, this is a lot better. Hey, how's it going? I think it was the windowed mode that was making me lag as well. Because now, I mean, then again, I'm not in-game, but... Okay, let's get started. Oh my goodness. I'm going to perish in-game. Hi, Matt. Wook. Draga. Purple. Denwa. Oh, I forgot to replenish. No, I didn't. I did replenish my armor. Wow, that was clean. That hurt. don't know how to do this one. Oh my gosh. You did not get the hello? He did. I said Denwa. What a challenge this is. Also, is the stream light or is it good? Ow. That's new. Oh my gosh. I have to be more patient with my evasion. It's kind of crazy that this game of the 4 bosses is just like, yeah, we're gonna skill check you now to see if you learned anything. I'm okay with it because these fights they are really fun. But it's really... Wow, I just got rolled right there. But yeah, these bosses are absolute skill checks. I'm surprised I even got through, like, the alpha. Hi, Emmy. That is a huge combo. He just counters that. Oh my good. I'm gonna be here for a while. Alright, let's try this again. Hi, hey, how are you? Damn. Oh my goodness, this is so difficult. I hate that they put it all the way over here. Jeez. Just put it right here so I can go down already. I have to make all this running. Hi, Sam. Paper 71 years, oh my goodness. Oh, what the fuck? That is not fair. Shh. I just can't get past this part. This part is so... That is not fair. You're not allowed to do that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm starting to like be more I'm starting to get to phase 2 more consistently. So I have that going for me. But goodness gracious, I need to use hockey mode more. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, so hit. Oh gosh. Ow. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. That's 2. Oh my gosh, that's new. No, I'm out. Oh sh. What do I even use? Dude, this is not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. What do I even do there? You know what? I'm doing it. Like, that is so not fair. That is so not fair. You have to hold your... That messed me up so bad. We can stand out? That's crazy, man. You can stun that? That's crazy.
アダム、ごめんなさい。
イブ、たった今人類の歴史は終わった。
Sorry, it's been long over.
お前自身の決断か。正しき道に皆が進めるよう祈っているよ。
アダム、さよなら。
I could probably sell that for a lot of gold.
イブ、イブ、レストが急いで。
Who? Is
星が瞬く夜、未来を見通すのは夜空を描き出すようなものです。時に思いがけず地球へと降り注ぐ流れ星を目にすることもあるでしょう。そう、未来を見通すのはそれと似ている。
who is
あ
that?
なたの決断に敬意を表します。あなたもさぞや辛かったでしょう。コロニーで待っています。いつでも見守っていますよ。マザースフィ
Oh,
ア。じゃあこれで任務は終わりってことですか？はい、終わりです。イブ、リリー、コロニーへ帰りましょう。
what in the world?
まだやり残したことがあります。でもまずはマザースフィアに会いに行きましょう。彼女に聞きたいことがある。直接ね。
What a weird looking. Oh, that's fancy.
Ah, コロニーが見えました。何あれ。
What is it, destroyed? Huh? Oh. Wait. Wait, what? What does that even mean? I am so confused. I have no idea if it's a good or bad ending. GG's. I don't understand. What happened? Time for a vid? Everyone start clapping more. I don't understand. What does this imply? So what now? There's like 30... I guess we'll just map. Is there any after credits? Like... Time to start the Metro games? Perhaps. No. I have to do New Game Plus? Oh, no. Is there like only small minor changes, or does it do it like near? New skills are added in New Game Plus. Yeah, I've been over true endings. I'm going to be honest. I'll do normal. Does it change anything at all?
ファイナルブリーフィング送信。これより第7空挺部隊は第3地区を占拠しているアルファネイティブを駆逐せよ。最終目標はエルダーネイティブの捕獲または排除となる。間もなく大気圏に突入。目標到達まで残り1分。
So this whole time they weren't even far, they were just like hidden. let's skip this part. We've already seen all of this. So, like, I don't understand.
ボット07531着陸完了。物理シールド解除。ハッチを開きます。
And we get like new upgrades and such, so I'm kind of curious about that.
開かない。お願い、開いて。
Oh my god, you're pretty solid with that blade of yours. No.
タキ。イブ、怪我はない？ここは危険よ。捕まって。
I even kept the hair. I think. I did. Oh look, I even kept all of them. Oh my goodness. So now I'm like super powerful. I'm so glad it doesn't show all the tutorials and stuff again. I just want to skip it all the way to like when we can get our upgrades.
Q 見えた。合流地点まであと少し。こっちよ。ガードナーの迎撃に備えて。イブ、足を止めないで。 危なかった。仲間がやられてる。行くわよ。まさか。
That's just so easy. Hmm.
アルファではなかったけど手強かったわね。イブ、逃げなさい。タキ！
Name drop, name drop. Oh my goodness. Wow, it's like I've never played this game before. Okay, hmm. I am really hoping. I'm probably just going to Google it.
空から何か落ちてくる不思議な感覚。これが地球の雨。
地球観光は後にしよう。今やるべきことがある。この街の地形は日々変わる。
No, I have to find everything again. So does that mean all the stuff I found, I have to do all over again?
瓦礫だ。気をつけろよ。
何か
広角型のネットだ。この辺りにいる。
Oh, sorry. I already forgot my controls. Oh, so the gun mode is here too. But
最
we,
終戦争で死んだレギオン兵だな。
the thing is, we didn't get the gun mode until like after.
メモリースティックにコードが保存されてる。
セキュリティコードだな。コードを入れてみろ。よし。
Oh my gosh. We got the crazy ladies stuff. Huh? What is all this? Life seal. Does not add brand new or exclusive ending to Stellar Blade, so it remains exactly the same. Oh my goodness, I might as well just Google it. If it was like near Automata, then I'd be much more into it. Oh no, I killed him. Secret, normal, and bad? So it's... Ooh. Refuse's hand is... Are you serious? We're supposed to save his ass? Oh my gosh, I'm Googling this. Let's see. What happens when... I hate these multiple ending shit where you have to go through playthroughs. Like, just give me one ending. Oh my goodness. I never cared for multiple endings. Stellar Blade, all endings. Returns to colony ending. Beef attracts Adam's offer. After escaping Aslan, Lee has to still work with Esther still worked with. Lee says she's a speak mother first. Cost of lost memories. Eve must take Adam's hand after encountering him in the nest. Eve must not achieve 100% affinity with Lily before going to Spire 4. Wait, so I could've got a secret ending? Eve agrees to Adam's offers, but Lily still believes it to be a trap. Eve tells her that she wants to ensure to continue, saying wiping out the other species to preserve another can hardly be called salvation. Providence suddenly registers Eve. Wait, what? However, Lily's exosuit, the Providence, suddenly registers Eve as a threat due to her now possessing Naytiba DNA and begins attacking her, forcing Eve to fight back. During the fight, Providence sees Lily as an intruder, and Lily is unable to free herself from the exosuit and is electrocuted, seemingly killing her. After enraged, Eve destroys the Providence. She pulls Lily out of the suit and cradles her in her arm. Answers her she prefers the old Eve, but doesn't want to become one with the Mother Sphere before dying. Prefers the old Eve? What the hell? No, I'd rather just... She's then met by Mother Sphere, who acknowledges that wait, what? With her... She's met by the Mother Sphere, who acknowledges that Eve protocol is complete, but that Eve's fusion with Elder Naytiba is not the desired outcome. Mother Sphere sends in an army of airborne soldiers to kill Eve. She lays down Lily's body down, stating that she will play her part and begins fighting them, swearing that she and Mother Sphere will meet again, leaving Eve's fate unknown. Her journey does not end, making new memories. So you have to... So I could have got this new ending. And forced Lily to battle to exosuit. However, thanks to Lily acquiring Iris memory stick and her hacking code installed from it on her Atelier 809, she's able to free herself from the rampaging mech and get to safety island and leave to go and destroy Providence. Lily is overjoyed that Eve's okay and embraces it. Though she acknowledges that her new appearance will get some used to, Eve and Lily leave the nest together that night falls and is greeted by another Sphere, who announces the end of the Eve protocol, but claims Eve's fusion with Adam is not the desired outcome. Okay, so that's it. After credits, scene reveals that Eve survived Mother Sphere's assault, as she stands surrounded by a corpse of fallen androids as the sun begins to rise over her wasteland. But back inside, Lily finally installs the final hypercell and celebrates as power is fully restored to the city. Eve stands on top of a large spherical structure in the city's main square. Blah 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 blah. I don't like these. You play the game plus, it is a pain. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this. I mean, I could get the secret ending if it didn't change my save. Let's see. Oh no, I can't even choose. I can't even chapter select. Boss challenge? Whoa. What is this? After this, we'll go to mapping. Wait, what? I don't understand. What happened to my... Did all my stuff reset? Wait. Oh my gosh, there's no way. Wait, how come my stuff wasn't working? Okay, that works. I wasn't able to do my combos. Also, she hits so hard now. What the heck? Why isn't it doing the counters? I don't understand. Wait, because it's from the New Game Plus? It made me lose my stuff. There's no way. So I'd have to do this one, right? Why can't I do my counters? There you go. That's what I want. Damn, it's so much harder. Okay, I'll just go mapping. That ended a lot faster. Okay, let me put that away. Let me put that away. We're going mapping. It's been a while since we mapped. Can you put me on just chatting? Thank you. Let's see. Let's see. Animal Crossing OC. Like, yeah, that was really good. Oh my goodness. I didn't. That's so. You know, I expected means to get the good ending. I didn't know joining hands was. Huh. Because, like, I don't know. The method he used to try to justify all of this was, like, at least in my opinion, not the way to go. But, like, who knows, you know? Sound mixer option. Can you guys hear the music? Yeah, exactly. Like, we had no other reason because of, like, we don't know the full story of Adam. We only found out now. It's like, oh yeah, by the way. I mean, the signs were there. The signs were literally there. Right from the beginning when we got the first core. But, like, I don't know if I agree with this, with how it unfolded. Eve had no reason fully to trust. It's not like, you know, it's like, I don't know. I don't agree with that. Personally, for me. Can you hear music, by the way? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. If he had all this power, if he was in this position, especially if he's like the original, the reason why all of this happened, he could have done a way different approach. But that's just my opinion. Like, yeah, I don't agree with that. I honestly don't agree with that. I didn't even feel like it's a bad ending. Exactly. And what more is, what was the implication towards that ending? Like, yeah, exactly. That's the way it looks like. He just fell in love with Eve. I don't know. I didn't feel as attached with Adam because Adam just went up and disappeared. We're supposed to feel bad for him. We don't have that emotional connection, at least from my perspective. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it didn't even look. Another thing to note was he said that Raven had her own agendas. But yet when we fight with Raven, Raven is like so madly and like there's no agenda. She was just broken and was going straight after Adam. Not like to kill them, but like, you know, to be the tool and everything. If anything, she's the only one that fulfilled her mission by protecting humanity, or trying to protect humanity, only to be betrayed by it. Well, not so betrayed, but like betrayed by Mother Sphere. I don't know. I don't like these endings, to be honest. They don't really solve anything. It's just like, okay, we killed people. Wow, amazing. You know, like nothing really got resolved. So what? They made a new species. Okay. Okay. Like, what else? I don't know. I didn't see any reason for me to. It's so odd. So odd. I seriously don't agree with that ending. For her story, I think it was changed to be in a later full game. If anything, I like Spraven so much. I mean, I like Eve, but they kind of did her dirty with this ending, at least in my opinion. I like how even when I will say Eve went from like just following orders to like questioning things, and then to like straight up making her own decision now. The ending where Lily dies, I feel is the worst ending. I could have got it because I had 100% with her. So I guess like because of the hacking thing, she gets pulled. I don't know. There's so many stuff that's like left unsaid. Oracle just all of a sudden just dies like that. And it's like, oh yeah, he's a Netiba. Oh yeah, Adam too is a Netiba. I mean, it kind of hints at it. The story kind of hints at it because they're talking about how humanity became the Netibas. But like at the same time, like, okay, there were other instances of Adam kind of revealing who he is. I think it was in the Great Desert, or when we go to the underground section, he's like, they must have been here a really long time. It's like as if he's been there before. And like almost everywhere we went, it's like he knew the place or knew what was there. So I don't know. The boss, okay, but I will say, getting skill checked by all those bosses towards the end, I like that. It's like, okay, you feel like you're good now. Let's put it all to the test. It's just like, oh my goodness. The only other thing is just like, yeah. Have I finished the game? I did. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many, even with all those endings, a lot of it is just like, it's pretty hard to do if you haven't done it. I could take a look into it. But like, so the first ending is we don't know what happens. They just go into space. They're like, oh, the colony, and for I don't like. What does that even imply? What does Lily talking about the colony even imply? Like they're bad? They're like, oh, it looks different. It's like, why does it look different? The only thing I can think of is like Dyson sphere. You know that they're going to destroy the planet in order to create a Dyson sphere. That's the only thing I can think of, but let's see what else. Let me change my scene real quick so I can capture Unity. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. There's so many stuff left unsaid. And if you go for the other ending where Lily dies, the colony is like an android factory. I mean, I figured that much. So yeah, basically they're going to Dyson Spirit, and pretty much yeah. I mean, that's my only guess. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed with these endings. They did not feel great, more or less. Also, oh my goodness, I've been working on this since yesterday, trying to make all of this. It's tiring. They did confirm a second part. Yeah, I know about that, but like, this is what I hate about multiple endings. It's like, which route are they focusing on? The reason why I'm okay with Nier Automata is because it builds onto it. Even if it's multiple endings, it like, you know that it builds off like each of it. I don't know. I'm so fatigued over true endings and stuff like that. Just give me one ending. Like, if Dom dies, I want him dead. I don't want him suddenly alive again from like Gears of War. Why bring him back alive? You know? Just like one of those. But beyond that, it's just, I don't know. That ending was, those endings were a bit disappointing. I did like the boss fights though. Those were amazing. By far, my most favorite, Raven. They did it so well, it's like you can't even get mad because it's such a fun fight. Okay, let's see. Wait, she input reads the healing? Oh my goodness, that explains so much. I just worked around it because I was so used to her attacking me during the healing. That's like when Cyberpunk 2 is being done. Which ending is canon? Yeah, I hate that. Like, just give me one. Just, I would rather go through more areas of the game than to have multiple endings. For me, multiple endings is the laziest thing ever to justify $60 or whatever. I hate that. Like, I do not care for it. Oh. Then I can just grab this from there. You need to do extra boss challenge if you like the Raven. Yeah, I'll think about it. Usually, once I finish a game, I just stick with whatever ending I got. But that's just me. This I'm going to have to change. Oh no, I don't. Okay, let's see. Where authority heads up display. Try to grab this. Heads up display. Followed by unregistered. Oh, I don't even have an unregistered. But yeah, the game overall is fun. I liked it without a doubt, but yeah, pretty much yeah. Good game. It was really good. Satsu Visitor, then yes. Anyways, where the shines more, which is good. I agree. Like the combat definitely felt nice. There were occasions where I didn't understand what I was doing, and it felt pretty off. But again, it wasn't too bad. Your chat's having issues again. 2 days. Apparently, it's the West servers. Kind of weird. We are chat. What are we paying for? What are we paying you for? We pay for VRC Plus only for this to happen to us. Can't believe them. Unbelievable. Can you believe this chat? Yes, I can't. So then, grab this. Copy components. Did not work. Now it works. So this is done now. Then I'm going to player action. Oh gosh. I might change how this works so that there's a window above, but at the same time, kind of like where this is at right now. Because you can just mass press button. Oh. Okay. So okay. Okay, okay. So this is pretty much the same as this. Let's see. Oh, okay. Can I just see those? So one big mistake I noticed when um I forgot to make it so that people get notified when their roles get changed. I should have I forgot to, yeah. That was fun to learn about when I was it's just like, oh, huh. Interesting. But yeah, overall the game is good. I liked it. The story could definitely be worked on, but it's just one of those things. That's that. Let's see, let's see. What's this? Player authority canvas. Is there will be two? I mean, there's no guessing. It's already confirmed. I heard about it a while back for Spawn. I thought I'd take longer doing that fight, by the way. Lo and behold. Then Vines reclaim her. Only a little. Because we finished Stellar Blade. Let's see. Oh my goodness. It's a lot of work. A lot of work. VIP. VIP. Operator. Yes. Visitor. My goodness, I'm a bit exhausted today. Not sure why. Then, staff notification. Oh, actually, this is wrong. Okay, so now this should work. Oh my goodness, I'm almost done. I just have to do all the world menus and such that I made. But my gosh, having to do all those menu systems is going to be insane. Oh my gosh. Uh, I might remove some of these. So, like, I don't need an index to be honest. Yeah, you know what? I don't need a world index for this. I'm going to shortcut some of my work. Okay. Stomach crowd. Oh. Dang it. I knew I forgot something. Hi, Gio. How are you? Let's see. Oh my gosh, I just realized I have a lot of stuff I need to fix still. That's unfortunate. Okay. Oh my gosh. Do all these menu buttons again. Well, that's very unfortunate. Oh my gosh. Is that enabled? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Then slider, then slider. Okay. We're making progress. We're making progress, but we are so far away. Page changed. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and save all of this now. So I think I got everything working again, like this far back. That didn't work. But this will. Okay. Oh, password is Gaiden. Hi. Hi, Gaiden. How are you? No need to read that. Thank you. Why not? Are you shy? Hi, Zerdy. How are you? I feel like Zerdy has a quota of like having to mess with Hayden. I'm kicking Hayden in the balls for being slow. Hmm. Let's see. Button, choose. Okay, this works. Hi, Purple. How are you? Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's save that. Then. Nice. Then. Nice. Whew. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't understand. What is that? Oh, it's over here. Why is that these two? I don't understand why this is doing this. Horizontal bar. Oh, that's what it is. I don't need it though. Okay. I know what this is now. Okay. That makes much more sense. Let's go ahead and save that. Then world status. My audio just died. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'm a little bit tired today. What the heck? I have no idea why. I had to search my audio as well. That's okay. It's also because I did that 5-hour stream yesterday. Oh my goodness. It's just that fight was so fun. I couldn't resist. Yeah, exactly. I had fun. I get exhausted herself touching swords with a woman. Yeah, that's it. And Aya likes that. She's like, oh, I need more. And I'm just like, yes, fine. I'm gonna slouch a little bit. I Hayden, have you ever sleep with cum in your mouth? What? is is that true, Hayden? Is this what it's like to have dyslexia? I kind of understand Val now. ID Hayden, have you ever sleep with cum in your mouth? it's just like, did I read that right? Why am I to be assaulted from multiple friends? That's called an orgy, but yeah. All roads lead to Hayden. Congestion. Hi, Spoon. Wonder if somebody made Tanga Homie before. Probably, if you thought about it, then probably someone else has. Do it like half face, but instead his penis. What am I reading? Hayden, what are you doing to Surdy right now? I can't believe you. Can you like settle down? Oh my goodness, I'm exhausted. I'm actually so exhausted. This is literally like oh my gosh. Actually, first I need to make sure that all of this works. Copy, save. We're slowly making progress, which is nice. I should find a video to watch. Let's see. There's no good weapon or weapons. Why did I say there's no good videos? I said weapons because a video came up like how air powered destroyed Russian air defense system. It says sonic weapons, and I read the weapons part. We need to watch weapons. That's she within me. If we watch it without her, she's gonna be very upset. And then we're going to have to explain how all roads lead to Hayden. There's so many new Channel 5 videos as well. I haven't seen some of these. Do you guys want to watch Channel 5? Oh my gosh, there's so many. Reading movies after streaming VR. We'll see, because A and I want to see how we didn't get to do it yesterday, but we wanted to see how the Just Z instances are. I've seen this one. I've seen this one. Let's watch this. That's the first thing in the video, okay, chat? That was not me. I promise you, that was not me. Okay, that was pretty funny though. Uh, what?
The locals in Mexico City have began attacking American-owned businesses, blaming foreign residents and remote workers for the rising cost of living.
La gente está muy molesta y claro, con justa razón.
Esta tarde hubo una marcha en la Ciudad de México contra la gentrificación.
La gentrificación.
Gentrificación. What do you think about gentrification?
About what?
Gentrification.
Let me turn off the music. Where is it?
Gentrification?
Gentrification.
Oh, I think it's important.
Nos están imponiendo otro puto idioma.
This is actually already happening in some parts of the US where people are not liking it. So, how do I even maybe they'll explain in the video better.
Nos están chingando en la economía, nos están imponiendo sus costumbres, nos están privando de nuestras costumbres.
Llegaron los norteamericanos, nuestros espacios, nuestra cultura se está viendo amenazada.
It's so odd how we have a flip over of like a lot of immigrants going to the US, but then all of the people in the US are flipping sides. It's so funny.
Decía mi amiga, mis chilaquiles ya no pican por su culpa. Unos se llaman expats.
Expats.
Sí.
Expats como expansión.
¿Expatriotados? Sí, ¿no? Creo que es por eso.
Van a llamarse inmigrantes. Porque los inmigrantes son de tez morena, son mexicanos, son de Latinoamérica, pero nunca son ellos porque son blancos, son nice, son fancy.
Tú pareces de Los
Did I hear fancy? What?
Ángeles. ¿Tú de dónde?
Mexico knows their NA, right? Yeah.
New York.
I don't know about that. I'm Asian. So it's like, yeah.
¿Por qué?
No, te pregunto, ¿piensas que eres parte de...?
Yo vivo aquí permanente. Yo tengo una depa chiquita. He empezado a aprender español.
Scream. Hi.
Yo aquí para Canal 5 Latinoamérica estamos en vivo y en directo desde el Parque México, donde está ocurriendo una protesta en contra de la gentrificación. Mexicanos molestos por la alza en la vivienda, por las rentas, por la preferencia hacia los extranjeros. Vamos a ver qué opina la gente, vamos a ver qué dicen, vamos a ver qué protestan.
I will say there is a bit, someone correct me if I'm mistaken. I don't know my politics and this sort of stuff that well. United States ever has advertised itself as the best country, and Americans have said when people want to be in the best country. No, I wouldn't say necessarily it's that, Hayden. It's more like there's a right way to go about it rather than wrong. Hi, Zax. So the biggest issue is the people crossing illegally, because the whole point of doing it with like due process and everything is to get the like the non-criminals, the people that actually want to be there, the people that actually want to like have a good life and do everything properly and legally, if I remember correctly. And yeah, pretty much, yeah.
¿Cuál es la solución? Y vamos a ver qué pasa el día de hoy.
So it's not necessarily that people are having issues with it. It's people are just like doing it illegally and are also bad actors. With the Mexico stuff, I have no idea. All I know, so if I remember correctly, sorry to pause. The reason why they are having issues with this and why they're not liking it is because, and yeah, that's fine, Zerdy. The issue they're having issues with it is because it's actually raising the costs of living in that area. That's why they are. That's why they are not, as far as I'm aware. That's why they're not happy about it. Cost of living is really insane because in this economy, oh my goodness. Oh, see, they just talked about it.
To spend less than what they would in the United States.
Susan Cura never dreamed she would live in Mexico.
See, there you go, right there. It's basically how $1 would be $20 in another country. So if they start bringing the money over there, the people in poverty in that local area are only getting poorer. Is basically the issue.
Tenemos una crisis de vivienda muy fuerte en la ciudad y en todo el país. Gente joven de 30, 20 años, 40 no va a poder comprar una casa. Sin embargo, hay una persona que vino como expat a comprar varias viviendas, vive de ellas y vive como un parásito. Porque eso es lo que son. Son parásitos que vienen y toman y no retribuyen absolutamente nada al lugar en donde vinieron a vivir y a compartir cultura.
¿Qué es necesario? ¿Qué tenemos que tomar? ¿Qué medidas como
The
comunidad?
exchange rate,
como
yeah,
sistema
yeah,
gubernamental?
it's really bad. It fucks over everyone.
Airbnb, al sistema de rentas cortas.
¿Qué pedo con las leyes, con las legislaciones, con el Airbnb, con todas esas cosas para pues intentar mitigar toda esta problemática?
Me encanta. Muchísimas gracias, ¿eh?
Ánimo.
Que tengan lindo día, chicas.
Igual, bye.
Las rentas estén en 18,000, 25,000 pesos, cuando el mexicano promedio no gana eso. O sea,
Toda la ciudad no creo que sea el único aquí que ha sido desplazado de su colonia, de su casa, porque pues, las rentas, todos los precios por zona por estos hijos de la chingada.
Yeah, see, it's insane.
Hola chicos, están viendo Canal 5 Latinoamérica.
El mejor canal de noticias en todo el mundo.
What you're currently watching is a video filmed in Mexico City on the 4th of July, wherein hundreds of locals gathered to protest the American-led gentrification of prominent central neighborhoods like...
I will say, you should not graffiti or destroy private or public property in any form of setting, because the local area has to pay the price for that. If you want to send a message, do it properly, not by destroying stuff.
Roma Norte, Roma Sur, and Condesa, which have seen over a 45.3% rent increase over the past 5 years.
But that's just my opinion.
Respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent or mortgage in the city.
Vamos a ir a los establecimientos de los estadounidenses que están utilizando estos espacios básicamente porque son las únicas personas que tienen el poder adquisitivo para obtener estos espacios.
In the wake of these protests, they were called ironic by mostly conservative commentators in the U.S. who feel that Mexico's critique of our so-called inhumane border policy toward their migrants was clearly at stark odds
And owners
with how
might be
they
someone
act
who
when Americans show
lives
up.
with them.
These agitators are sick of foreigners coming, taking advantage of their system, and refusing to assimilate. The irony levels are off the charts.
This narrative would paint Mexicans as an entitled, protected class, incapable of taking in what they dish out. And to be fair, this would make sense if you thought this was some kind of close-the-border protest, but it's not. To clarify, the protests in Mexico City are about upper-income people, mostly from the U.S., arriving in droves to live like kings in a significantly poorer place. Not impoverished people from around the world risking life and limb to work below minimum wage in a significant...
Hitting people on the wallet?
But I can see how if you're
Hitting people on the wallet hurts my ass off. Boycotting is fine, but just don't destroy stuff like public road, because that's your taxes and everything being used.
When the world shut down. Billion-dollar tech companies like Google, Amazon, and Twitter moved their operations to remote work to comply with COVID protocols, which meant that employees could continue to earn six-figure salaries from their bedrooms in places like San Francisco, New York, and LA. While initially it was supposed to last for a few weeks or maybe a month or two, it ended up lasting over a year, and some tech companies, especially after seeing the productivity metrics, decided to move huge fractions of their staff to full-time remote work. Data released by the US Bureau of Labor showed that in many industries beyond tech, like finance and insurance, the rates of employees working remote jumped from 11 to 44% by mid-2021, and the country reopening after COVID really didn't make a meaningful dent.
Yeah, COVID ruined everything. Oh my gosh. We're still feeling like after effects.
Seattle into basically ghost towns, full of empty office buildings and decrepit businesses, whispering distant memories of a bygone Silicon boom. But employees were happier and the companies had decided. Zoom is the move. Microsoft Teams is the dream. Google Meet is heat. And so employees were faced with a simple question. Should I continue to live paying $2,000 a month for an overpriced studio apartment in a place that I'm not even from, which I moved to be closer to an office that doesn't exist anymore? Or should I take my inflated California paycheck that I'm continuously earning and go live large somewhere else on the cheap? I'd pick option 2 every day. And so they did, descending upon places like Austin, Nashville, Arizona, Idaho, and Montana like an army of software engineers. Now, what do landlords, merchants, business owners, developers, and just everyday hustlers do when they hear and see that a bunch of rich people are coming to town? They jack up the prices, see what they can get away with,
Yep.
and adjust the cost of services based upon the incomes of the transplants. But gradually, as transplants become a majority, everything becomes more expensive, which brings about
Japan has a new law for this sort of thing, right? Oh, I don't know actually.
in some cases,
I'm not too familiar with it. But if they're trying to combat it, I hope they're successful.
But most of the time, the interests of city politicians are tied in with the interests of developers. So they do nothing, they actually sponsor and promote it, and allow outside investors to tear down their cities at the cost of the community and rebuild new infrastructure to support the interests of tourists and transplants. Which brings us to Mexico City, where they're experiencing an even more magnified version of what was faced by affordable American cities
Jeez.
sacked by remote workers after COVID. They're referred to down in the city as digital nomads, and they've anchored themselves, as I mentioned, mainly in the Roma Norte area, where they can be seen packing nearly every English-signed coffee shop with laptops, presumably at work.
That's insane.
Regrésense a su puto país, hijos de perra. América es un continente, no es un puto país.
It's important to note, as we did in our first episode, that many digital nomads have a genuine respect and appreciation for Mexican society and want to be a part of it. But with their sudden, jarring arrival came the unintended consequence of massive rent hikes, a budding industry of poorly maintained, overpriced, foreign-owned Airbnbs.
Hi, thanks for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Changing their signage from Spanish to English. These changes have made these traditionally hip neighborhoods unaffordable for local Mexicans and led to the protests that you're seeing today. Hope you guys enjoy.
Cuando la gente empieza a ser desplazadas por cuestiones monetarias y de intereses mobiliarios, se empieza a crear estas burbujas. Este parque es uno de esos ejemplos. Aquí se reúnen muchos de la comunidad norteamericana para hablar entre ellos en su idioma, sentirse entre ellos y despreciar inclusive el lugar en donde viven.
Hacen este parque como si fuera una playa privada, o sea, vienen y se broncean como, hola, es un parque, y ahorita que se vienen a asomar pienso como literalmente ni siquiera se esfuerzan por entender lo que está pasando, ¿no?
¿Sabes qué está pasando aquí?
I think it was something like you have to live there for some time. Oh, that's actually not that bad of an idea. Though I don't know how it works in practicality. It does sound like a good idea. Kind of? I don't know.
Stay connected no matter what country that we're in, helping us bring you
I ordered 30.
international coverage of events like the gentrification protests in Mexico City. It's an eSIM app that allows you to score an easy-to-use virtual SIM card with a single download, no matter where you're headed or where you're at. On a real tip, you guys, I honestly wish I'd
I bought 35. What about
when
you?
I visited Ukraine after the war began in 2021. When I got there, naturally, I did what most non-Sailor users do when they go to a new place. I got off the plane, stumbled my way through immigration, and then stood in a 45-minute line to rent a Wi-Fi box that connected me with 3G internet that somehow
Google it later? I will. If I remember. Enable mirror filter. Then
and I came home to a $3,000 T-Mobile phone bill for a
disable
single week of data.
mirror
It sucked ass. But
filter.
if I'd have had Saley, that never would have happened. And it's so easy to use. Just download the app, pick a country.
Eventually, I'm gonna change these words
Indonesia.
from
Install your eSIM and boom,
buffer
you're
to
connected.
different
Saley.
words.
No shoddy hardware, no lines. No kiosks ran by mysterious foreign actors who only accept cash. Just fast, affordable data that actually works for regional and even global plans. Thankfully, it works on both iPhone and Android. And after you install the eSIM, they even let you know before you run out of data, like some sort of digital guardian angel. And if you have some kind of weird phone that
Digital guardian angel.
don't worry. They'll give you a full refund. And guess what?
A full refund?
Just use the code Channel5, that's all caps CHANNE.
That sounds
You'll
amazing.
get an instant 15% off. And thank me later when you come home to no bullshit phone bill from T-Mobile taxing you big on data charges. What are you waiting for? It's time to get Saley. Just use the QR code on the screen or type in Channel5.
Yeah, chat. Use the QR code.
Pues todo está entrelazado, ¿no? Al final de cuentas la gentrificación
I
solo
think
es
this
un
is
paso
Gates
más a la
itself.
conquista y pues lo
I
podemos ver
do.
porque ya ha pasado en otros lugares como por ejemplo la India, Medio Oriente, que de repente se volvieron zonas turísticas y ahora ya los bombardean y pues al final de cuentas es por recursos y nuestro país está lleno de ellos. El agua se le están acabando, es para empresas, la presa que nos abastece a todo nuestro país no está ni a la mitad y seguimos aquí peleando y exigiendo.
As I know how protest in general, I know I was trying to boycott my government for everywhere, but like encouraging your fellow citizens not to pay, it could be a type of boycotting. They can't jail everyone if no one pays that tax. Boycotting our own government is like when that one American town asked the USSR to repair a bridge. Government finally jumped to work.
La gentrificación prácticamente es algo que a los pueblos nos disgusta desde sus inicios porque
That's-
prácticamente
what?
estás vendiendo nuestro propio país a extranjeros y gente que prácticamente no te da nada, no apoya nada, ahora sí que la economía del país. Todo nuestro dinero de la gente trabajadora se va prácticamente en restaurar zonas para la gente de ahí.
Simplemente acabo de vivir un pedo de que el edificio en donde vivo me corrieron porque lo van a hacer Airbnb. Entonces me tuve que ir hasta...
Oh my gosh, they were going to turn it into an Airbnb? Jeez.
del modelo de estancias cortas, tal como el que maneja la plataforma Airbnb, que además de desterrar a pobladores con arraigo y encarecer zonas, continúa creciendo sin ninguna regulación.
Okay, that.
Todos los puntos rojos son los Airbnb. Esto que ven aquí es el Parque México. Este es el Parque España. Y esta es la Roma Sur. Este es el multifamiliar Juárez. Y como pueden ver, toda nuestra área
Airbnbs.
es la
Oh my
concentración de los
gosh.
Airbnb. Aproximadamente más del 50%
Airbnbs
de
are
los
plague.
Airbnb
Yeah.
en la ciudad
Honestly, I'd rather stick to like a hotel and something to begin with.
Oportunidad para negocio familiar se ha convertido en monopolio de unos cuantos y tan solo en los últimos 2 años la capital
And the thing is, too, Airbnbs can lie to you. Be like, oh, this place is amazing. And they have like misleading information and such. Oh my goodness.
Complejos de Airbnb cerquita de Hipódromo y Condesa que los expulsa la inmobiliaria por los precios y les llegan al costo y se tienen que retirar porque una renta de 65,000 pesos es imposible para un mexa promedio.
340.
Europeos o cualquier persona que sí pueda justificar el precio más allá de los dólares, digamos unos 10,000 pesos.
531 a month? Oh my.
Necesitamos si queremos salir adelante en México.
El Airbnb, este viaje es muy barato, 15,000 o 5,000 pesos, entonces es barato.
Can someone give Val Discord Nitro? He always does this thing where like he'll use an emote, but it doesn't show any emote because he doesn't have Nitro, so he's just typing it out like. Oh my goodness. It's like when I do the smile, but instead of using an actual smile, I just type it out.
Cantidad estratosférica o el que está cobrando.
I wonder if the people of UK are feeling like Mexico. I don't know.
Hay muchos que culpan a los americanos.
The UK, from what I understand, is like in all sorts of weird places. Like no one likes the government, from what I understand. Their own people don't like the government, but then the government is like doing whatever the hell it is. Can say and take it from people and use their housing as Airbnb since they don't use that. Airbnb since it's that monopolizing properties that people run them as a business. Yeah. Will Val meow like a cat if he gets Nitro? Yeah, if you ask him.
Así como ellos en otros países. o simplemente ya
Wow, ding
generalizando
dong,
Estados
you got a
Unidos y
meow.
otros países, nos piden visa, nos piden pasaporte, nos piden antecedentes, nos piden todos también hacer lo mismo.
Que los propietarios, o sea, los que rentan, que estuvieran sujetos a una cláusula o algo así que dieran la preferencia al mexicano a un precio pues normal, establecido, homologado, no cosas de disparates de miles de pesos.
Yeah, the biggest issue is like shooting up the prices is insane.
Some capacity if they do it the right way.
Eres bienvenido mientras respetes el lugar y lo dejes mejor. Un yankee que es, no sé, que trabaja a distancia y eso no tiene nada que ver
American
con el
who works
gobierno.
remotely has nothing to do
ve
with.
ese cabrón que está ahí
Well,
pintando
not
ahí arriba, está
necessarily.
perjudicando el lugar y te apuesto
But
que ni siquiera es de la
I don't
zona.
know.
O sea,
I
la
don't
verdad,
live there,
esas
so
son
it's
mamadas,
like
güey. Son mamadas. Y nada
it's a
más aprovechan
personal
para infiltrarse y para
opinion
hacer
at that
cosas que
point.
ni al caso, güey. Ni al caso. Te apuesto que ese güey ni siquiera vive aquí. Lo más probable es que sea del Estado de México, porque ni de la Ciudad de México ha de ser el cabrón. La verdad.
Soy del Edomex. Soy del Edomex, jefe.
Bueno, pues tú sí te comportas re.
¡Es que lo brinques, gringo!
La gente de allá, porque están allá todos, viene principalmente aquí a joder a todo, al mexicano, a sentirse, porque ellos saben cómo se maneja aquí. Dice, pues tu país está bien culero, me voy a ir y voy a ver, nada más voy a andar para joderte a ti.
Lo que queremos hacer con esta marcha es hacer quedar en claro que a nuestra ciudadanía, a nuestro pueblo, no le simpatiza que se lucre con nuestra soberanía, que se lucre directamente con lo que es nuestra tierra, nuestra casa, nuestro pueblo, nuestro barrio, nuestra cultura misma. Es venir a incomodar a los gringos a su propia casa. No sé ustedes, pero a mí me emputa de
Yeah, I don't say hey for respect their culture, but they're making a second American trying out the prices. Yes. Oh my goodness. You know, when I wonder how because in Los Angeles they have the scenes where it's like they have Little Tokyo, Chinatown, and they even have like a whole lane for one like Hispanic stuff. I wonder how it works there. Maybe they can apply it to here somehow, but again, I don't really know politics or geopolitical stuff in general. But it's good to be informed and at least have enough information to somewhat form an opinion. At least that's how I feel.
Something you want to say about gentrification?
Yeah, I think with the cheaps, I think it's really insensitive of Americans or anybody who would come here and say that and then while displacing locals.
Favorite tacos?
Ooh, El Pastor.
Oh, I like El Pastor as well. Good choice, good choice. Okay, let me put the next video. El Pastor is so good, oh my goodness. Albuquerque Street. What is this? Albuquerque Streets?
But this area is day or night, they're moving. They know where the guys come to drop off the fentanyl at these gas
Oh. Naruhodo.
stations or these different places, and they have a whole network. But if you're
I think a lot of cities have local cultures, like Little Italy, Japan, China, etc. They usually aid an economy. So I wonder what it is that they're doing that. Oh no, because most of them are like restaurants and such, and they made it clear it's the remote stuff that's like killing the economy. Right.
You're from Albuquerque, you're from New Mexico, you're a certain way, and we grew up with these realities. Fentanyl is just the new thing. What have we had before it? When I was young, heroin really shaped my life and my family's life in Espanola. I was able to get away from that place and move to Moriarty, and there was meth everywhere. Single wide trailers full of meth, and now we've come into the opioid epidemic, and it's turned into this thing called fentanyl that was made in a lab, and it's like sustaining these people like zombies.
Say, Val, give me your Discord name. Oh, you can find it in the server.
To the sheriffs and the SWAT team, they definitely trying to clean up the community because they're asking for suggestions. My name's Jethro, y'all. Trying to clean up Albuquerque, you know what I'm saying?
Albuquerque? Where is this? I've never heard of this term before.
The streets of Albuquerque, New Mexico are
Oh,
not to
there
be
you go.
played with, especially as they face an increased rate of homelessness and a mass surge of fentanyl, driven by the production of small pills called blues, which are pressed and packaged in Mexico by cartels, who receive the raw fentanyl precursor materials from Chinese chemists, who operate with little to no consequences from their government.
The Drug Enforcement Agency estimates 90% of fentanyl comes from Chinese companies that not only operate legally inside of China, but are also subsidized and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party.
There's a new drug of choice in New Mexico that's causing problems like the state's never seen before.
It's in our communities. It's found everywhere we go. Bernalillo County reported nearly 69 deaths per 100,000 people.
That fentanyl's killing a whole lot of people. Back in the days, it used to be Sheba, it used to be heroin, Holmes, you know?
Overnight, it seemed like the blues came in, and I just started to see everybody that like I knew that was getting high on just the heroin, go to the pills, like their whole lifestyle changed. You know what I mean? Like they started losing everything. You know what I mean? Like people are going out and just stealing shit.
Is this
right and left,
Haven?
you know what I mean? If it ain't
Are you
fixed,
calling
it's down.
Haven a fucking drug, please? Excuse me?
Friday, Albuquerque's gritty reputation was
Whoa.
something many well-to-do residents saw as quirky, a small blemish on an otherwise strong city, often ironically celebrated through the veneration of the character Walter White, a fictional meth dealer from the series Breaking Bad, who once called the ABQ home. But the surge in violence and property crime that's accompanied the advent of blues has caused residents to get serious and push for a real solution. Much like in San Francisco, where I visited a nonprofit facility called the Gubbio Project, who distributes safe supplies to drug users in the hopes of curtailing the overdose rate, Albuquerque is home to several
I don't know.
nonprofits that work in harm reduction, one of which is called the Endorphin Power Company.
So I'm Jeff Holland. I'm the executive director here at the Endorphin Power Company in Albuquerque's International District. I'm also a clinician at New Mexico Wellness Residential Treatment Center and Detox. Yeah, we're a very unique housing model that helps people coming out of treatment who might be facing
Smartass?
homelessness or
What do you
might
mean?
be facing a situation where they think
I
they need
actually
more
don't.
support,
I'm
or they don't wanna return
confused.
to a dangerous situation. We're a
I didn't even know why he
non-denominational
said, "Is this
program. It's not
Haven?" I'm like, what?
faith-based, it's not this-based, it's
He
whatever works
also
for the
in
individual.
VC.
So, you know, if going to
Oh, you
church
mean
works,
Val?
that's fine. If going to 12-step works,
I
that's fine.
okay.
If
I'm
practicing Buddhism,
I'm
that's
confused.
fine. We're just going to hold you to something. So we have case managers here. Everybody gets assigned a case manager, so you don't just live here. You actually meet with people to help you set and achieve your goals. And the four non-negotiables of our program are
Filter
exercise,
cameras.
education, service, and community. So all the residents here have to do something for their physical health on a daily basis for 30
Index,
minutes. They have to do
filter,
something for their brain
mirrors.
health for 30 minutes, which is learning something new. It can be school, YouTube video, reading a book, reading the newspaper, whatever. They've got to be
I'm
a part of the community
confused.
where they live, because the biggest support system you have are the people you surround yourself with. On a
Oh,
daily
my
basis.
unit.
At least 30 minutes a day here with their community, and then you have to give back to the community without expectation of reward for up to 3 hours a month.
Despite these pretty straightforward tenets, Jeff says it's become increasingly difficult to serve the community.
It's a translation system for Unity. Yes, I'm like almost halfway. I think I'm halfway there. I've been setting up all the archives for the translation stuff.
Because fentanyl is so much cheaper and so much stronger, you know, the junkie's dream. Give me the strongest.
Oh my
fentanyl,
gosh,
take
that's
me
so
to the
funny.
death. We're seeing quite a few more people.
I forgot. You know, I'm working mindlessly on this. I'm just like, I had no idea what you were talking about.
It's taken a lot of people's lives. I mean, it's almost taken my life a few times. You know what I mean?
I used to be a heroin addict. I
Oh
got
my
10 years in
goodness, that's so
prison,
funny.
Got out in 2017, and that was a pretty big difference to me from what it used to be back in the days. You know what I mean? There's a lot of murders. There's a lot of homeless people.
So
Whatever the fuck
is.
they're smoking is bad.
I overdosed probably about 3 months ago. I was lucky enough to I got brought back. Like I said, one minute I'm sitting here having a conversation with you, and then the next minute I'm waking up on the floor and I got paramedics around me, and my girl on the side of me crying because I stopped breathing, and you know what I mean, she was trying to do CPR on me to wake me back up.
The overdose rate has increased. Fentanyl's been a little bit harder. It's a little harder to detox from because a lot of the detox meds don't touch it as quick as it would touch heroin. So like where maybe you could go through the worst of heroin in 3 to 5 days, with fentanyl it's probably
That's
like
so
that 7 to 10
funny.
day range during
Sorry,
overdoses. It's
sorry. I
a lot of
forgot. I
fentanyl
was
overdoses.
like,
Heroin, you might
I was
get
so
10
confused
times,
about the
shit with
context of why
fentanyl,
you're
you get 6,
asking
7
that. It's
times,
so
you know,
funny.
until they snap out of it.
I had the issue last night.
Oh, that's so good.
Lost my girl, you know what I mean? She got high, and I started looking at her, and she was kind of incoherent. Right away, the first thing that popped in my mind is she's gonna overdose, you know what I mean? So I started running around the streets right here, fighting Narcan, and running back upstairs, and just making sure she was all right, you know what I mean? But it's scary, dude. You know what I mean? It's scary when it's that close to home, you know what I mean?
Like every other public health crisis in America, the fentanyl catastrophe in Albuquerque has created a major blame game as to who's responsible for the situation. In leftist American discourse, especially far away from the epicenter of the problem, it's easy to blame Big Pharma, or perhaps America's broken spiritual core, for causing addiction, which then created the cartel demand. But those in the space feel that what's happening right now simply goes far beyond basic supply and demand tenets, and is somewhat evil.
They have figured out, like, hey, if we can manufacture fentanyl in these little pills and sell it for $2 a hit, what else can we manufacture into a little dose and sell it super cheap? The insidiousness of the nature of the drug is just, it seems a lot dirtier, a lot greasier, a lot grimier. I mean, these are the zombies on the street, right? They're bent over, standing in a median, bent over, like they're not falling down, but they're just bent over, and they seem like they're out of it. They're smoking out in public, and it's just really insidious. The synthetic market is getting bigger, and it's not going to stop.
All right, what's up, people? Just want to stop you real quick and remind y'all that we actually filmed this documentary about a year and a half ago. And since then, things have gotten a little bit better from a fentanyl seizure perspective. The DOJ announced last week the largest fentanyl seizure in U.S. history just occurred. Guess where it was? Two of New Mexico's largest cities, Albuquerque and somehow the hamlet of Santa Fe, a rich town which apparently also has fentanyl. Let's take a look at how the media covered that. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narrative, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same story as it unfolds. Here, you can see, using the Ground News bias distribution tool, how the left and right are covering U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi's announcement of the country's largest ever fentanyl bust. The left-leaning Source New Mexico headline reads, Feds announce largest fentanyl bust in U.S. history, partially in New Mexico. Meanwhile, the ultra-right Daily Wire headline is focused on highlighting a villainous foreign threat and the danger of illegal immigration. Feds make largest fentanyl bust in history and arrest illegal alien with ties to a deadly cartel. And while the headline isn't wrong, the language being used is obviously meant to elicit a certain reaction from the reader. The difference in who's emphasizing what part of a story is always something to keep an eye on. Ground News. Another thing I love about Ground News is how it helps you figure out what's genuinely newsworthy by showing you how many sources are covering a story. That kind of transparency helps you clock if an article's legit or just nonsense born inside of an algorithmic echo chamber. Another feature I love to use, their blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might
Also, I
not
bought
be
30.
appearing in your typical media bubble. For all those reasons, I trust Ground News to help Channel 5 cut right through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code on the screen or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News, in turn, helps support us, which means we can keep making videos like this, giving you coverage that isn't watered down or dictated by corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and most importantly, don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to the streets of Albuquerque.
Much like in California, the tax-paying public doesn't seem to care too much about drug users until they become homeless en masse, which, because of the eyesore and declining property value factor, often leads to renewed calls for city accountability. In Albuquerque, the city responded,
guess gonna be
as cities
bankrupt?
often do,
No.
with sweeps, closing down major public parks where homeless people live in the hopes that they would either die or recover somewhere else.
More than a year ago, Coronado Park had to close because homeless camping here had gotten so bad. At that time, a little over 1,300 people were experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque, and now that number has risen.
This is what the underpass looked like in early March. We witnessed open drug use and clothing on fire on the sidewalk.
There are now 2,394 people experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque, a nearly 83% increase from last year.
Fuck, I've been homeless before. I've been out on the streets before. Honestly, I didn't like it. I didn't like being fucking out there on them streets with no money homes. Some of these people don't know what to do. And once you go to the streets, these fucking streets will suck you up.
A lot of people don't want to have a drug addict at their house, around their kids, their property. You know what I mean? They think that, okay, well, because this person gets high, they're going to rip me off, or they're going to, you know what I mean, steal my shit.
Some days are miserable. I just got this new tag. came up on last night, but mother tent behind it, we're getting hold up that night. It snowed and rained. I woke up fucking my clothes were wet, soaked, drenched, miserable as fuck. I had to go to court. My birthday, it was my birthday. Court. What? Hey, I'm trying my hardest, Anis. I'm trying my hardest. But yeah.
You don't know who's out there, to be honest with you. You don't know who's out there. There could be a husband out there. There could be somebody's grandma, somebody's kid. You don't know who's out there, bro. But why do people hit the streets? Why are people homeless? They lose jobs. Moms and dads kick them out. They get divorced. Something made them go out there, right? Something in their life went fucked up.
If you don't have anywhere else to go, if you don't have anybody else to talk to, if you don't have any source of support that you feel like you're drowning in a sea of addiction or whatever, if we
Ooh.
can't help you, we're never more than one
Yeah,
person
it really is.
to get you help, right? And that's kind of our
It really
philosophy. We
is
just
a
wanna
terrible
be
timeline.
that place, that go-to place.
Others, especially in our generation, believe the true solution to the problem is within reach, especially by way of funding organizations like Jeff's, but that politicians like to keep these problems going to keep their pockets full.
We have this wonderful concept called reversibility. A problem might spontaneously appear like fentanyl or homelessness, and all of a sudden everyone is surprised. But the same people that created the policies, that create the displacement, are also the same cronies and friends that get paid to fix it much later. And we call this reversibility.
Sometimes you have liberal politicians that'll say, oh, we're creating affordable housing. What they don't tell you is that they're giving away millions of dollars to already wealthy developers to create this affordable housing. But the affordable housing is only affordable for so many years. Then it gets popped up to market rate and gentrification.
We're continually assured the best and brightest are going to fix
I have to
our
ask
community and these
A about
complex
something
problems,
later.
but it's all just stayed the same. The majority of my life,
Interesting.
or
Okay, that's
gotten
it as for now.
incredibly worse.
What are our tax dollars going to? It should be going to housing our people, for healthcare.
We're
and
in one.
definitely we have a big
I'd rather have a
substance abuse
dystopia
issue
where
in
like
Albuquerque, and
everything's too peaceful and everything's like superficial happy, rather than like the drugs and stuff. Oh my goodness.
There's probably places internationally that have tackled
At
a lot
this
of the
point,
problems
it's like
that
pick
are
your
ahead of us,
poison type
you
of
know,
deal.
Whether it's heroin, whether it's meth, whether it's opioids, whether it's fentanyl, whether it's, to me, even alcohol, you know? It decimates our communities, and we have to start asking why.
For many, myself included, there seems to be a big connection between real estate developers and the proliferation of the open-air drug zones that seem to be confined to a small radius in American cities. One place you may have seen this is in our coverage of Kensington, the open-air drug market in Philadelphia. In every direction south and west of the area where police turn a strange and mysterious blind eye to the hellish street scenes unfolding every day,
That part right there
blocks
is
are being
weird to
torn
me.
down to
Oh
make
my
way for
goodness.
massive apartment complexes owned by mega developers like Templetown Realty, who have contracts with either universities or the cities themselves. The business model of many of these city-connected real estate companies, many in the neighborhood speculated, is to use the dejected homeless population to lower property values so the companies can tear shit down and make new stuff to make more money.
So many of these politicians are invested in the real estate industry.
Either
They
sound
really
awful.
don't represent
Yeah,
the
it's
people,
just
they
at that point, it's
represent those
just pick your
interests that,
poison.
often fund their campaigns. We see it from the city to state level. We've got one brave ally, Senator Linda Lopez. She's reintroducing this bill right now, actually, to make rent control legal. Because actually, it's illegal for us to put a limit on how much landlords squeeze money out of us, right? Last session, we tried to do the same thing. And the committee that we were in, a lot of those guys are landlords themselves. So it's a complete uphill battle. The system's completely built to benefit the very, very small percentage of landlords and developers, and it's to the disadvantage of the majority of us in New Mexico who rent.
A few years ago, we bought a triplex across the street because we realized some of the people that were leaving our program, they were being discriminated against in terms of getting a nice place. Like, they would have good jobs, making good money, and they would go to these places and they would just look at their background or lack of background and be like, no, you can't live here.
This is the type of stuff, it's like, housing is a huge barrier to people in Albuquerque and people in New Mexico, like, just being able to survive, you know, and like how can you grow as a person? How can you like be a healthy person mentally and physically if like you can't even have housing accessible?
But we know that in many situations, full drug legalization can lead to a complete nightmare, especially in municipalities like Portland, Oregon, where the same drugs that are made legal are also deeply criminalized in other states and counties that are just a few hours away by car. What happens is that because of the disparity in law, many of the drug users, to avoid jail time and citations, decide to all head to the city so they can not go to jail, and the harm reduction nonprofit resources are stretched thin to the point of capacity.
My city, my state is getting diced up, and it goes to the highest bidder, and you end up displacing a lot of people. It's kind of a mess. I don't know, other than money coming in and completely changing these neighborhoods, and then they go somewhere else. I don't know where they go. I don't know where this problem goes.
Some people are like, arrest everybody and put them in jail and make everything illegal. Like, well, maybe for some people that's going to work, you know, and other people are like, legalize everything and decriminalize everything and just let everybody do what they want. And for some people that's going to work.
But despite this scene on the ground, Albuquerque from a legal perspective is not like Portland, SF, or Seattle. It's more like Vegas or Phoenix. You can't just technically do drugs on the streets there. And many people on the Albuquerque streets began their career in jail and prison with petty drug possession charges.
I used to be a heroin addict, and my first bid was in 2001. That's when I got sentenced. I got locked up in 2000. I didn't learn for a long time, man. You know, I took that little trip down that road to the Pinta where most of us, I could say most of my homies anyways, ended up. And I done about 15 years. I've done 15 years, and
That's called X2, what?
and I did everything that I said I was gonna do once I put my mind to it.
Let's see. Moderated instance, moderated
They call me, they tell me,
instance.
and like I tell them, if you guys love your freedom and you enjoy your freedom, you're gonna stay clean, homes. Because if you don't stay clean, eventually you're gonna get caught and you're gonna go back.
Whatever reason you have, at what point do we say, look, we've got to find something better? I'm saying maybe we need to make the jails more therapeutic. Maybe we need to put appropriate clinical services in the jail so we can say, Joe, you're really struggling, man, and we're really worried about you as a person in our society that you're going to die. We have a program in our jail, so you're not getting out of jail like 3 days off of fentanyl or 5 days with no home, no services, no support. We want you to just stay here. Let's do a 45-day, 90-day, whatever treatment, and let's just try and get him some social support. So when you leave here, you're not leaving here, you're actually walking into something. You're going to leave here and go immediately into housing. A lot of people want to say that I'm saying incarcerate addiction, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the entire system has to think differently. But this whole thing where it's just about wins and losses on the attorney side, that's some bullshit. So how can we think about it from top to bottom to be better, right?
There's really not an answer to how you're gonna fix that in New Mexico, that's for sure.
At some point, when is it incumbent upon us as a society to help people who can't help themselves? We got to think of it in those terms. Otherwise, we're just stepping on our own dick all the time.
Ew. Why did I just pause like that? He was just quiet.
Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers.
I'm gonna put the next video. Let's see, let's see. Cop killer or political prisoner? What? Hunter Biden returns. Life after bum fights and in declines for... I don't even know what that means. Gathering of the... Gathering of the hobos? What does this even mean? What does this entail?
Good morning, Iowa. It's great to be back here in the heart of America's cornfields. I'm here right now to cover a major event, the 123rd Annual National Hobo Convention, aka Hobo Days, where hundreds of
Wait,
hobos
this is
from
an
around the
actual
country
thing.
gather to talk about all things hobo related. How long do you see yourself doing this for?
Till I die. I am the captain of a sinking ship. When I first started out in 1970, we could build fires right in the rail yard.
We're seeing a lot more influx of young riders.
The kids today use a lot of drugs, they drink a lot.
Traveling kids live like in dog years also.
Like, I think you meet the best people out there, but then you also meet the worst. People try to buy my girlfriend off me all the time, and I'm like, motherfucker. Yeah.
They've sort of invented their own culture.
Expanging, busking, flying signs, those are all like
Then
ways
badge,
to
good
consider
night.
making money.
Okay, good night,
Expanging's just
bro.
like spare changing, you know, flying
I'm kind of
signs, like holding
sidetracked
cardboards,
because
busking,
I got
spraying
DMs
music.
coming my way again.
You can crack Brisbane's just straight up asking for like what you want, like, hey, buy me a burger or something. Yeah.
Most people see train tracks and think, get off there, you might get hit by a train. But there's also people in this world who see train tracks and think to themselves, that is what fucking freedom looks like.
Freedom, I guess. I'm not a slave to the system.
They get up and go when they want to. They work when they want to. They rest when they want to. They travel to all these great places all over the United States.
Those people are called hobos.
It derives from the hoboy. Way back in the day, they used to have a hole in their shoulder with a knapsack, and they dug ditches. They used to be called hoboys. To where it's at modern day, we're still hoboys. We're just heading out with better opportunity, traveling workers.
I know that many people out there think that hobo is just a slur used to describe a homeless person.
Not the case. A hobo hops on a train to look for work, day jobs, a handyman with a stick and bindle and a heart full of adventure.
Yeah, I do a lot of seasonal work. Like, I'm about to do beets. Spent a lot of time out west doing the pot farms.
Tree work, sawman, rope man, disaster area stuff. Landscaping, painting, carpentry. Most dirty jobs that people don't want to do. I will clean up gutters.
There's several different ways to survive.
Someone bought my fingernails and toenail clippings once for $20.
Where was that at?
It's in California. A lot of fucking weirdos out there.
As you know, I'm something of a road man myself, so I have a major affinity for hobos.
And so, like many times before, I decided not to drive to Iowa, but instead to hit the side of the interstate ramp in the hopes of hitching a lift. Now, it should be noted that hobos traditionally hop freight trains as opposed to hitchhike, but I've done both, and I prefer hitchhiking purely for social reasons. Train hopping, while offering a much higher degree of picturesque landscape viewing compared to the oppressively commercialized atmosphere of interstate truck stop towns, can be isolating. For one, the train is really loud when it's moving, so it's hard to hold conversations.
Take him out of here.
And then, most people that you meet hiding out at rail yards are either other train hoppers, railroad employees trying to arrest you, or tweakers trying to kill you. With hitchhiking, you see a broader spectrum of humanity. You never know who's...
Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind doing this. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
Grassy area behind the side of the road.
Well, I'm 37. I live here in Brownsburg. I got 3 kids, and man, I hate to say this, man, but I sold drugs, and that's the way I had to survive.
After a brief yet familiar conversation, I was off to Iowa, over 700 miles away from where my journey began in Twinsburg, Ohio, a small, quirky town that hosts the annual Twins Gathering, which I attended with the Hoff twins. Here's a preview of that.
Do you guys fuck with the police?
Yes, my professors are former police officers. I just took a shooting course this time.
Day one. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, they were bad. They ain't never even been in a fight before. Oh, you know, it's like, you gotta fight for our love.
Twins. We've all seen them.
Millions of sperm are released during a single ejaculation.
What?
Coming here for is meeting other twins and talking to other twins. People don't understand there is a close bond. We live together. We think alike.
I looked away from... I was responding at DMs. How did we get to
it's just the
this?
equivalent of having like a really good friend that you do everything with, and that's why they say like the twin telepathy and stuff. It's nothing like psychic.
Like, excuse me?
To watch the full thing, it's currently available on Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. Link in bio. Anyways, back to the side of the road.
Let's get one more scoop of bean dip and we hit the road. See what we can get into today.
Oh, bean dip
Within
is
2
good.
minutes, I was
Oh my
picked up by a
goodness.
friendly motorist. Booyah.
Oh, hell yeah. Fuck yeah, cool. What's up, bro? How you doing? Good. I'm just trying to get out west to Iowa.
The man said he was an immigrant from Nigeria who'd recently gotten his citizenship. He said that despite there being too much gay stuff on TV, he likes the US so far and is looking forward to starting a family here one day.
They're trying to have the gay rights and just don't bring that bullshit around me.
After taking me to a restaurant in Indianapolis, he drove me all the way to my destination without accepting $1. And there I was, Britt, Iowa, the Paris of the
What a nice person. What the
Yeah,
heck?
here we are. I'm pretty stoked. Directly behind these trees, there's about 350 hobos hanging out, talking about hobo shit. So we're gonna go in there,
Hobo
figure out what's
shit.
going on.
Upon my first arrival to town, it was hard to spot any real hobos as I walked down Main Street. As is typical with any kitschy regional Americana event, there were people wearing tongue-in-cheek hobo outfits, eating corn dogs and crazy t-shirts, and giving money to buskers performing Woody Guthrie covers. But then I saw the Hobo Museum in the middle of town.
The
where,
Hobo
after paying a small
Museum.
entrance fee, I was able to feast my eyes on artifacts from back in the 1930s and learn about things like the Hobo Code, a hieroglyphic language of symbols that apparently hobos would use to scrawl important messages in train stop towns, particularly in the West, to convey important information to other working travelers like Fishbones, Bozo Texino, or the legendary hobo dog duo Stretch and Burlington. Of course, by the time the Hobo Code was cracked by academics and put into museums like this, it was virtually obsolete. For some brief history, the hobo way of life began to form shortly after the Great Depression, when down-and-out fellas from across the country would head west in search of prosperity and adventure. Soon it became a culture and a way of life, for returning veterans as well.
After World War II and after Korea, there were a whole lot of military veterans who had PTSD and whatnot, and they just couldn't face going back to regular society. So they went on the rails.
They didn't have money to travel, and a lot of them didn't have jobs, so they traveled to work in apple orchards and fruit plantations and stuff like that.
What was it like being on the road in the 70s?
Much different than now. Whole lot of difference. So when I first started out in 1970, we could build fires right in the rail yard. Nobody cared what we did, really. As long as we didn't get hurt, we didn't steal anything, we didn't break nothing, nobody cared. The bull would come around, and they were usually like retired cops, and they were really just didn't want to fill out any paperwork. And they would come around and sort of, they weren't really bullies, but they would act sort of aggressive to establish their authority. And they'd be like, all right, I don't want to see any of you guys around when they're kicking cars, you better be out of my yard.
Do you have a hobo name?
K-Bar. Yeah, I was in the Marine Corps, so I broke in with an old guy named Roof. He was an old guy. He started catching out in 1960, so he'd been on the rails about 10 years when I met him.
Yeah.
And almost all these old guys have a similar story where they met up with some other old guy who was a tramp who sort of taught them the ropes. The young kids today, not so much. They don't pair up with old guys, but back in the day, that was kind of the way it was. Almost all the adult men in 1970 were veterans of World War II or Korea. They were almost all alcoholics. Many of them had a tragic personal story, but they almost never talked about it. They were divorced and estranged from their children and stuff like that, but they never really talked about it.
So comparatively, is that pretty different to the people who hawk trains now?
Completely different than what's going on today.
Yo, what's up, everybody? I want to take a quick break here to talk about a direct threat to the hobo lifestyle: anti-homelessness laws. Specifically, Trump's recent executive order to remove homeless sleeping on the streets. Let's take a look at how the media machine is covering it. The left and right are covering Trump's executive order quite
I bought 30, chat. I bought 30.
Stories headline reads, "Cruel. Trump blasted over quiet new order targeting the most vulnerable." While the right-wing Breitbart headline reads, "Trump's executive
I knew I
order
forgot something.
empowers states and
Where
cities
is
to
that?
remove homeless
Pardon
from the
system.
streets." As we know, and y'all know this, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that shows you exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same story as it unfolds. That's why Ground News shows you how many actual sources are covering a story, so you can determine if an
This
article
one
is legit or
targets
just echo
the
chamber
owner. Okay.
algorithmic nonsense existing to control your
So I
Another feature
need
I love to
to
use, the
then
blind spot
grab
tool, which shows me and you the stories
this.
that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. For all those reasons, we trust Ground News to help us cut straight through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code here or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News helps support us, which means we can keep making videos like this and giving y'all coverage that isn't watered down or dictated by corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and most importantly, don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to Iowa.
Yeah,
It goes
chat.
without saying,
Don't let the media
modernization,
tell you.
stranger danger, the arrival of more intense drugs, and the criminalization of vagrancy were all factors that led to a major decline in hoboship. But the buzz around town was that vagabond travel culture was having a huge resurgence, and apparently, a new generation of hobos was forming.
We're seeing a lot more influx of young riders, which I think is absolutely fabulous. Some of the young riders that are they get a little rambunctious and they just need to fine-tune themselves to learn how to do the right things.
They've sort of invented their own culture. And it revolves around the idea that they're anarchists. A lot of them go around marking up anarchy symbols.
This optimism was refreshing to say the least. The Vice documentary made about this event 9 years ago, which I watched in the car on the way, was literally called Death of the American Hobo, painting a grim picture of a subculture in hopeless decline. As I made my way through town, seemingly out of nowhere, behind the city-sponsored mummified hubbub, I could make out the faint aroma of a trash fire and followed it like a signal flare, certain there were real young hobos lurking in the shadows. And sure enough, I found some.
Paparazzi, yes. Whoop whoop. Are you a juggalo? Yes, juggalo hobo. Whoop whoop. I love it. I've been sucking on that 2 days. I've been on it for 3 years. Shit, you don't give a fuck. I'll tie a string to my nuts and jump out a 12-story window. I don't give a shit.
So for those that don't know, what does the life of a hobo look like?
Well, it's not like it used to be. Bro, we could jump on a train anywhere and run to New York, California, whatever. But they also used to split off. If you're planning to go to New York, it might split off and fucking end up in, New Jersey or fucking Florida, whatever. It was crazy. But now it's illegal. You know, they want to throw you off and throw you in jail for 30 days for trespassing.
What's your craziest, train hopping story?
I was in Boston, Massachusetts, redhead, bombing. We're getting our thing, long story short, before she wants to get off or whatever, she was like, shit on my chest. I'm like, man, I'm already tripping on shrooms. You're fucking with me. No. She said, what? She said, shit on my chest. Shit. Yeah, okay, so I'm a juggalo. I don't give a fuck. I tried it. I popped a little pooplet on her shit. Rub it in, and she's like, oh, that gets me off. Dude, I had to ditch on that bitch. That's crazy shit.
You know where she is now?
Huh? Hell no. No, I got kids in Beijing, China and shit, man.
You have kids in China?
Yep. Yeah. I got a scroll.
It's authority 3.
Just like
authority
that,
3 is
I had
gas.
so many questions. Who were all these young hobos flooding into town? They seemed all so different, yet shared a unified, free spirit. Was there some kind of central idea or attitude that brought them all here?
My name is Thomas Pickles. Tommy S. Pickles. Kind of like Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah. You know, because I really like the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas movie. So I used references of that sometimes. My old tag is Rango. Yeah. I used to tag Rango.
Visitor.
I'm like next level, like Lizard of Light. My newest one is Smoke and Go. Because I smoke and then I go.
Where do you go?
So
everywhere.
I am so confused. I think I'm.
What's going on with this fit, man? It looks great.
Everything. See, I hand stitch myself. So when you ride as many trains as I do, your clothes tear up so fast. I just been.
I am so confused.
There's only one way. You gotta keep them patched up.
After meeting the Hobo King, my brain flooded with questions, so I decided to start with the basics.
So what does it mean to be a hobo?
Helping other brothers out. You know, do good and good will come back.
Visitor attendee.
A hobo is a
VIP
working
moderator.
traveler, a tramp is a non-working traveler, and then a bum is a non-working non-traveler.
When you're on the road, where do you sleep?
Just outside. If it's about to rain, I always carry a tarp, so I just set up a tarp above. Otherwise, I find a little cuddy spot, because my dog just passed this year, but she wasn't the best at having people walk by me when I'm sleeping, so I'd go out of my way to find a little hidden spot.
Outdoors. I like outdoors, so
Oh, okay, I
rarely
see.
a hotel or anything else like that. Really, really rarely. Usually
You say outdoors, you mean in a tent or just in the grass?
I'm sharing a tent with somebody right now, but I don't typically travel with a tent. I try to stay where it's 75 and sunny, and I'll go work some
So,
places and stuff
it's,
where you can sleep outside. I'll
Visitor,
winter somewhere. I'll
visitor.
head back south and house up somewhere so I can work for a few months and afford to travel and go see friends and go do the jobs and see the places I haven't ever seen before and just get along with everybody.
Do you just jump on a moving train?
No, I wait till they do a thing called crew change. When the engineer and conductor gets on and off.
So
I'm getting
visitor
on and off.
is
They do an 8-hour shift,
okay.
I'll do my 8 to 10 hour shift.
What appeals to you about living this way?
The freedom, I guess. To
Oh,
work. I'm not
right,
a slave
because
to the system.
not
If I go
all of
work
it is
and get
here.
$1,300
Okay,
on a
that makes
paycheck,
much more
I might
sense.
only see $300 of it. Gets me depressed, becomes
So
suicidal.
this
I'd
gives
rather
level
live out
3,
here,
so
do nothing and live free than be a slave to the system.
Was there a point in your life where you thought maybe you wanted to go down the white picket fence corporate job route, or you just been outlaw roadman to the core your whole life?
I started into this later than most of these people, and so I kind of came into it backwards, just backwards. I don't talk a lot about why I got on the road, but no, I'd already done college, and I was teaching and had a family and enlisted in the Army. A bunch of stuff happened, and life got turned upside down, and I ran away to the beach, and I went and became a beach bum for about 3 months. And
I
then
didn't
came back
update
home and
this.
sold off
That's what's
everything
going
I
on.
had, put some money in my
So
sock and started walking.
unregistered is
Had a lot of
unregistered.
questions, and
Nuisance
it's
to
funny how
nuisance.
walking or the
Visitor,
meditation of
visitor.
moving around and changing scenery and everything
Attendee
is just
is
I feel like you
guess.
find answers. If you're really asking questions, start moving around and you'll find answers. I came into this, very suicidal and didn't really care, and it's given me a lot of purpose and a lot of friends and a lot of new family. So
After I had a divorce, we went through a bunch of stuff. It was an after thing in my life, not something I always wanted to do.
How would you describe your childhood?
So
I
this
was
is
moving like my
gas
adulthood, foster home after foster home after foster home. I
from
was moved
gas
around a bunch,
to
22 different
operator.
placements. That's what my caseworker told me.
You have any relationship with your parents?
No.
I never
They
updated
don't really care
this.
much about me. I wouldn't be in foster care if they did.
Operator,
if I was to die here,
VIP.
they wouldn't mind.
war, divorce, death of children. I just got into a place where I
Moderator,
needed to
administrator.
run away
Okay.
and I didn't really care. Probably lacked the courage of my convictions to go through with another suicide
Okay.
attempt. So instead,
This makes
I
much
just
more sense.
started
So
hopping freight and doing crazy stuff and walking off and getting really lost and I don't know. I think from
visitor
that core through a different
is
person that is partly the same as the old man, but
visitor
a different
gas.
person. A man can work
Okay,
on
there we go.
anything in solitude, save for
I was
character.
confusing
So you can
myself.
talk the game, you can talk a lot of talk or whatever, but being around people and being useful to people, I feel is where you build the most
So
character.
visitor, visitor.
Being able to see a new place every day or every other day and meet all kinds of new different people. It's sad
So
because a lot of people
this is
pass
going
away.
to be
You encounter more
gas.
people passing away than you do living a
Then
normal life
operator.
in the same spot.
What are some of the most common ways to go in the hobo life?
To perish? Yeah. Shucks. Could be anything random, but one of the most common lately has been
Operator,
drug overdoses,
then
usually fentanyl or
VIP,
something that the government
then
created. It's all conspiracy. It's population control, so we're like the first ones to go. Traveling kids live like in dog years also. And a lot of them they drink a lot, and they don't drink
nuisance.
enough
Hi,
water,
prototype.
they
How are
don't eat
you?
very good. I try to eat decent food and drink decent beverages, and I'm still not invincible.
What are some of the dangers in being a hobo?
Well, losing limbs.
The trains for one, and then the people you run into, and they're like
This
desperate, down
one.
on luck and desperate. So when they're like that, they're willing to like try to take advantage of you.
Yeah. Have you had any close calls before?
Several. Yeah. Almost been raped a few times out here too, so it gets ugly out here.
And especially if you're a gal, they have it way worse.
I seen a girl actually. One time we were hopping a train. This girl, she got her leg missing. She hit her foot in the train wheel, and
This
I
one
carried her away from
is
the tracks. I could see the skeleton of her foot hanging out, the skin, all the
player
meat hanging off her foot.
recalled.
Really graphic, and it was really bad.
I almost got hit by an Amtrak train in like Tacoma once, yeah. But like I said, tweakers are the real issue. They fucking come out with their knives and shit trying to stab you, and But if you have a good head on your shoulders, you can try to stay away from it.
Is it technically illegal to hop trains?
Yeah, it's illegal to trespass and get on other people's property. It's legal to ride the trains. Yeah, it's definitely illegal.
What's the actual charge for hopping a train?
To whatever they want in whatever county you get caught in. So it could be a week. It also depends on which county and what state and what train company. You could go to jail. They could hem you up for up to 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
It all depends on if you just not trying to tag it up the place. It look like me with Patchy just trying to ride.
I wonder if this will
They
work.
usually write you a ticket and let you go. But if you look fresh and clean and stuff like that, look like you're trying to tag up the place or vandalize, they usually will
Probably
take you
not.
to jail, write you a ticket.
For those who don't know, what's a bull?
Oh, a railroad bull is like a railroad cop who just tries to pull you off. And they're looking for you, on the trains and stuff. Yeah.
And they're allowed to beat the shit out of you, right?
I mean, I guess, cops, and any authority figure do anything they want. So,
But BNSF cops don't have to Mirandize you. They can just start punching you in the face
I
like a
kind
bouncer.
of think that, I don't know fully, but definitely they can pretty much do whatever they want,
The
especially when
player
you're out in the middle of
recalled, so
fucking nowhere,
now people will know when
Yes, I have. Because I
they
tried
got
to duck
recalled.
out really quick, and there was nowhere to go. But it was all right when I got
An
out.
easier fight would just take Adam's
Any
hand.
extra charges, got off.
Oh, that was a
pretty
harder
quickly.
What do you
fight.
see yourself doing this for?
Until I die.
Spending time with the wife yesterday? Oh, I chose killing Adam. I still don't agree with the ending because you barely know anything about Adam. He only just showed his true intention. You've had no reason to believe him, even after all this stuff. Like, how do we know if his motives weren't twisted exactly like Raven's?
tragic personal story that led
So
me
it's
to a life
like,
of wandering.
yeah,
It
you know
became
what?
clear
It
by
is
the
what
end
it
of my
is.
time with the new hobos that while not sporting a stinky stick and bindle and bulky gray beards, they certainly embodied the spirit of adventure, restlessness, and financial creativity that gave hobos their name in the old
They're
days. Not to mention,
called.
the new hobos are still shrouded in some degree of secrecy.
But,
While the hobo
yeah.
codes from the museum are long
I
gone,
don't know.
most
I
of these
don't
new
I don't agree
travelers
with that.
possess something even
How
more powerful, an illegal, constantly changing
it ended,
document
personally,
containing
in
the
my
shift
opinion.
schedules of every single
But I
railroad
am
yard in the United
one
States. And more.
person.
Out of respect for the culture, I will not name this document or tell any of you guys where to get it because I can't even get it. It's for hobos only.
It tells you by location, it tells you where
Yes,
you
it
can go to catch a train
does.
and how to go about it, like where there's a hole in the fence. And sometimes it tells you the times that you're likely to see a train. It's more or less like field intelligence. When I got this, the guy that gave it to me said, you got to raise your right hand. And I said, what? And he says, you have to raise your right hand and swear. And I said, what am I swearing to? And he said, you're swearing that you're not going to give this to anybody else that's not supposed to have it, and you're not going to give it.
If you fuse with him, he dies.
Sorry,
Oh, did he?
I said that. And he said, if you make a copy of it, you have to make the next person swear. So it's like an honor.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I just wanted to kill him at that point because I was like, heck no, you're trying to get inside Eve. As in, like, you know, sex. You know what it is? I had like an immunal response because he turned into like one of those e-boys you see on VRChat. So my immunal response went to kill him.
You cannot put it on the internet.
That's what it is.
Children. You cannot sell it. You cannot copy it for a profit. If you make a copy,
It wasn't even rage. It's just like, I have no... It's like I had no reason to trust him fully.
only charge them what it costs you to make it. So if it costs you $10 to make it, you can only charge them
Rational
$10, charge them
response?
20. It's against the rules. And if somebody finds out you did that, your ass is shit.
What's the name of your Chinese son?
That I don't know. I couldn't read the. Yeah, they send you a scroll and then they send you a little pamphlet that says, you gotta take this little DNA test, swab, you send it back, and then you eventually get a little thing saying, you're 99. Like Maury show, man.
You have a message for the kids out here who might want to consider train hopping?
A fucking school. You don't want to run on this fucking rail shit. You don't want to be bouncing around, living from fucking check to check. Go get you a little goddamn car, run that shit. Don't try and run into the ground, but fucking get out there and do it. Hey, Junior, come on, get in this shit. This is Milo, man. He's cool as shit.
What's up?
Hi. Junior, come and get it. What do you got to say to the hobos? Or kids?
Hi.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and
Good kid, good kid.
Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers. And 5 is the best number.
All right, if you're watching this right now, I got some good news. We are going on tour. That's right, a 26-city national tour called the Channel 5
So
Carnival.
why
It's going to
did
be a night
this...
to remember for the rest of your life. A roving adventure circus coming to 26 cities in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. We're going to have a cohort of locally sourced battle rappers on stage, duking it out to instrumentals. We're going to have magicians and illusionists, also locally sourced from each city, on stage, blowing people's mind with magic tricks. Then, we're going to have a talent show, and we're going to have a Kill Tony style panel right there.
I'll do one more video on
So if you hula hoop,
but something about this broke. Hi Noodles, how are you?
Fuck ICE, the government, fuck Kristi Noem, fuck Donald Trump, and fuck all those people on the Epstein list. Welcome, I am a domestic terrorist,
What?
anarchist Antifa here.
Get the fuck out of my face with your film. You feel me? Go the fuck over there. You too, motherfucker.
Fuck you, fat ass. Come over to my side. Let's see what happens.
No one's ever killed their way to peace. I don't think we're gonna start that with that energy here. So
Is this America? The land of the free.
Evict ICE. Abolish ICE. Fuck ICE.
You're being lied to. This is a peaceful city and has been for a while. Protest is a First Amendment right.
In the words of Eminem, I am whatever you say I am, Kay. But I think we all know what's going on. Like, they need a civil war, especially now the Epstein files are going to be released. And so that's what they're doing.
This is not what America is about. This is not.
You had a few beers? Oh goodness.
Military people who come
Water
down
up
here
if
and
you
get
need
involved
to.
should be ashamed of themselves.
It's been amazing to listen to people call this place a war zone. There are times that it does feel like that, and it does look like that. But it's only when they come out and make it one.
Christy Nome is in here looking for a rebellion that doesn't exist.
No, I love Christy Nome. I love what she does. I think she's gorgeous. Because she did shoot a dog, right? Yeah. I don't know about that part.
As far as I remember, the quote was because the dog was misbehaving and she couldn't bother to figure out how to train it. So
Nothing like a good pepper spray.
I'm here because I stand against death camps. We're putting people in death camps, feeding them raw meat and bunk stacked 5 high. They don't let them see the light of day more than 1 hour a month. And all this just to enrich the terrorist CEO of Geo Group.
Geo Group has hired an army of lobbyists in 17 states while donating to over 400 candidates.
In 2017, Geo donated $225,000 to the Trump PAC. Later that year, they landed a $110 million ICE detention contract. The contract pays per head per day. So the more people locked up, the more money Geo makes.
Music
I don't
heals everything,
understand.
and
Why
it'll
is
be
this not
here
working?
after the nation's gone. So in the meantime, it'd be nice if we figured out how to care for the earth and care for each other.
What's up, guys?
I am not part of that group.
War-torn, war-ravaged Portland, Oregon. As you guys can tell, it is absolutely fucking bananas out here. Over here, we have about 15 anti-Trump
There you go.
protesters speaking their mind about everything going on with ICE and the perhaps soon-to-be National Guard or California State Guard occupation of this particular
That was confusing. It's
cross-street
like, why is this
intersection.
not working?
And over here we have a couple different media members like myself, my sort of extended family coworkers, speaking their mind about what the heck is going on. Now, if you guys can't tell from my tone, I'm being a bit sarcastic. Portland, Oregon, it's a beautiful, amazing place with a lot to offer. It's also been historically the heart of some pretty wild protest over the course of the past 20 or 30 years. But 2020 was the real main year. You guys remember 2020? The pandemic? The George Floyd protests?
If you don't remember, here's a quick look back in time that should help explain a bit more about the origins of President Trump's grudge against Portland, which I feel qualified to speak about because I was there. So Portland, protest-wise, simply goes harder than other cities do.
Dude, if your dad's a cop, like fucking punch him in the face. At least 50 times.
As did Seattle before.
What? Why would you do that?
It gets a little uncomfortable. I could have dressed better.
In some ways, it's comparable to the European protest model. It's not about looting and getting free shit. It's more like a mass mobilization of thousands of people that appear from thin air at a moment's notice, equipped with laser beams, leaf blowers, shields, gas masks, incendiary devices, and sometimes other weapons, with the purpose of either disrupting government operations or confronting opposition in the streets. Most of the friends that I had growing up who dove into this world headfirst were from the anarchist, bike messenger, vegan barista, and punk rock variety, and their opposition was typically white nationalist, Christian fundamentalist, sovereign citizen types from the nearby suburbs who would come into town to antagonize. And the black bloc, or the anti-surveillance uniforming you often see them wearing, was initially a tool that was developed by Marxists in Europe in the 80s to avoid being identified and thereby doxxed for their affiliation to radical political groups. But to bring it back to my hometown one more time, it was Seattle in the late 90s that led to the rise in domestic popularity of Black Bloc, which was the de facto uniform of many of the some 40,000 protesters who showed up in downtown Seattle to protest the World Trade Organization's annual conference. Citing the devastating impacts of economic globalization on
They hate
American
the
labor
police.
unions and of course the rise in third world labor exploitation by these evil transnational
I will never
corporations. But
understand
still, there
that
was no explicitly
personally.
named Antifa group that existed until about 8 years later when Rose City Antifa opened up in
Skates
Portland, Oregon.
Rose City Antifa, and they are amazing researchers, and like that is like their like whole wheelhouse, and they do like exhaustive research on these people, and their website is a wealth of information, and they do a lot of social networking and social tracking, and like, you know, every time Joey Gibson stands up and says he's not a racist because of XYZ, you can then go to their like website and like see pictures of him with like all of these different white supremacists and like overtly hateful, like people that engage in overtly hateful ideology and groups. So they do a really good job of just like that kind of research and documenting. So we use that as a resource, and then we have our events.
Here's an interview I conducted a while back with the lead organizers of a group called Pop Mob, or Popular Mobilization, who are responsible for a great deal of the anti-fascist organizing that's taken place in Portland since 2018.
My name is Effie Baum. I am one of the organizers with Pop Mob.
Yeah, and my name is Seamus. I'm another organizer with Pop Mob.
Can y'all tell me about Pop Mob Association?
Enable what?
On July 30th of 2018, there was a Proud Boy Patriot Prayer rally that happened downtown Portland. It is now kind of colloquially referred to as the Battle of Portland. And it came a year after the Jeremy Christian murders had happened, and there'd been a huge Patriot Prayer rally in downtown. This is about 1 year later. Over the course of the year, the opposition had shrunk. So their rallies were getting bigger and bigger, and people showing up to oppose them was getting smaller. And so it was a small group of anti-fascists that showed up that day.
I don't understand how I did this
And
part.
they had a lot of Proud Boys.
Accessible?
And Ethan Nordine, who's one of the Proud Boys
Inaccessible.
from up in Washington, he goes by Rufio, was caught on camera punching a person who was in block and knocking them out. And that video went viral all over the internet and was celebrated as this kind of ideal moment.
The Rufio punch, that's the most legendary punch. The punch heard around the world.
You were in the zone, man. You're it's like a video game.
Gavin McInnes says, violence isn't great, but justified violence is amazing.
He literally knocked the soul out of this little soy boy Antifa. Knocked the soul attacking him with a baton. Yes, it was attacking him with a baton.
Did it second mode you were earrings Sue for New Game Plus? Yeah, I heard about that. Had a roller landing. I even had 100% with Lily, so I could have gotten that secret ending.
We need to encourage people to show up. We can't let these people keep coming into our city and causing this kind of violence and attacking people. And we had seen what had happened in Boston after Unite the Right, when some of those organizers went to Boston and tried to organize a similar march. 40,000 people in Boston showed up to shut them down. And so we said, we need the same thing here. We need a popular mobilization that tries to build a broad-based movement of everyday anti-fascists to show up and say that this is not welcome in our city. So Joey Gibson had planned, he was running for Senate back then. Why he was having Senate campaign events in a state that he wasn't representing, I'll leave you to figure out for yourself. But he had an event planned for that August 4th. And so we started organizing to have a huge event in opposition to his August 4th rally. And that was the birth of Pop Mob.
So Pop Mob began as a response to what was alt-right violence.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of anti-fascist work happens not in the streets. It happens by outing these people in their communities, letting people know where they work, letting people know where they live, identifying them, identifying the behavior that they are engaged in, and really raising that cost of participation for what it means to be somebody who's engaged in that kind of hateful activity. And then in addition to that, when they do show up in mass, those are recruitment opportunities for them. So by showing up and outnumbering them and showing that this is a community that is not going to put up with that bullshit, that is how we're going to stop them from continuing to do this. And this is a long history of this, especially in Portland.
As Effie explains, the conflict between white supremacists and anti-racists in the Rose City goes back far before Trump.
In the late 80s, there was mid-80s, there's a really, really thriving and active neo-Nazi skinhead racist scene here in Portland. And there was a lot of white supremacist, overtly white nationalist gangs that were in the city. And
It's 52 hours, jeez.
For the members that murdered an Ethiopian
Okay,
exchange student who was
give me a moment. I am
PhD
trying to
in 1950s.
recode
And
all
it was
of
kind of
the.
like a tipping point. There had already been a lot of violence that had led up to this point. His murder was not the first, but it was kind of this moment that sparked a lot more opposition, and it ended up leading to a huge coalition of organizations in Portland that then for the next several years worked to organize against those white supremacist and neo-Nazi groups and essentially chased them out of Portland and chased them back underground.
So
and that
if
kind of
this is
organizing
turned
didn't happen here
on,
again, that kind of
then
neo-Nazi white supremacist overt organizing didn't happen here again for a long time because the anti-fascist counter opposition was successful. And so we are basically just trying to do the same thing. And in the 2 years that we've been organizing against Patriot Prayer and the Proud Boys, their attendance at their events has dwindled.
So here's where it gets a bit confusing when talking about 2020 when everything popped off in Portland, and where the mainstream media seems totally unable to identify any nuance whatsoever. Okay, so while it was true that Rose City Antifa and other coordinated, formally branded groups were in Portland engaging in direct action protests, it is also true that there were just as many, if not more, self-identified anti-fascist protesters from the Pacific Northwest where this culture took hold, with no connection to branded Antifa groups out there in the streets wearing black bloc, doing their thing in Portland. This is, of course, not the most convenient narrative. Liberal media says that Antifa is just a word for anti-fascist, which is cap. But conservative media, on the other hand, says that everyone wearing black bloc is a paid agitator being bankrolled by global
So
financiers
if the gate is
who apparently
turned
has plans to
on,
destroy Western
then
civilization through the proliferation of open border policy and, I guess, gay TV. As far as the conservative theory goes, Trump and many of his allies, I think, at least they pretend,
That
actually believe
means
that.
you
And less
need.
than a month ago, took things a step further with an executive order, designating Antifa
It
as
is
a domestic terrorist
inaccessible,
organization.
but
in
if
an
it's
official White House briefing.
disabled,
And shortly after,
then
announced plans to deploy
that
federal troops,
means
the
you
National
can
Guard,
see
and later
it.
the California State Guard to Portland to defend the ICE field office, which is in the safe and sanitized South Waterfront area, where very few protests were taking place. This, to me, as a journalist who knows about the situation, was a bit confusing. I mean, SEO-wise, Antifa hadn't been talked about
wait
in
a
5
minute.
years, and had their last real presidential mention back in the August of 2020 when Trump deployed DHS and Border Patrol agents to allegedly help the
This might not
police
work,
secure the
so
courthouse downtown from protesters
let's try
who were
this.
demanding the radical defunding and
If I add a
or demolition
canvas to
of the
this, would
Portland
this
police bureau.
change
But as time
this?
went on, things really began to wind down. I mean, really,
Oh,
as I
that
continued to
works.
cover that subculture for the year that followed the George Floyd murder, numbers just became smaller and smaller, and they probably lost 90% of their population
Inaccessible
within maybe a year of the
canvas
killing.
as well.
And just to clarify, I'm not saying that was because of laziness or lack of motivation or something. I mean, 3 major stated anti-fascist landmarks were achieved during that protest movement. Firstly, Trump was not re-elected in 2021, which made way for a centrist alternative who was deemed to be reasonably acceptable until Gaza cracked off. Secondly, most of the right-wing groups like Patriot Prayer and the Proud Boys, who frequently use
Yeah,
Portland as a venue for
they
their
are
flag wave
making a
and free
second one.
speech
That
rallies,
one was
thereby
confirmed, as
spiritually
far as I
demanding
know.
the presence of Antifa, were decimated and structurally fractured by charges that stemmed, of course, from the January
Let's
6th
see.
Capitol riot. And thirdly, Derek Chauvin was convicted of murder in April of 2021.
How did I
So now we're
code
back.
this
It's been a
last
year
part?
of vengeance. Trump is back in power, and all of Trump's enemies are definitely feeling the smoke. Not just on a city level, but you got New York Times
Fire
getting sued,
obstacle.
Paramount getting sued, YouTube getting sued. And Trump is actually winning most of these lawsuits. And now he's taking revenge on cities that hated him back in the day. So now we're here, 2:30 p.m., got the Fred Meyer flannel on, gonna talk to this guy over here, figure out what's going on. Excuse me, sir. What the heck's going on?
I like to watch the shit show.
Yeah. What have you seen so far?
Nothing. Not today. It's too beautiful.
What's the most beautiful thing about Portland, Oregon?
Loud
Oh, man, our family's
accents.
been here from the 1850s. This is all. I think this is all fucking stupid.
So this is again
Everybody calls
enabled
me a
or
Nazi 'cause I'm white.
disabled.
I just want love.
It's important to note that in the midst of this chaos, ICE operations are still continuing as normal at the Portland field office. They've just changed their entrance to the other side of the building, where every so
So
often
this covers
undocumented
that.
migrants arrive to either apply for their workers permit or begin the self-deportation process.
I forget how I did
de
this.
Guatemala.
Barricade notification
En el
checkpoint.
caso mío, pues yo estoy viniendo a cumplir
I
con
don't.
las leyes para
How
que
did I
todo
do
salga
this?
bien,
I actually don't
porque
remember.
es mejor venir uno
Button
a
enable
presentarse y no
moderated
fallar, ¿va?
instance.
Porque si uno falla, pues las cosas
Road
se ponen
status.
difíciles. Ajá, entonces mi deber es mejor venir a cumplir con la ley,
Oh, here it is.
presentarme y que todo salga bien.
Tú no tienes papeles, ¿no?
No, yo no tengo papeles.
¿Y cuántos meses tienes aquí en
Ah, this
Estados
is what I
Unidos?
need.
Oh, pues apenas tengo 1 año, 4 meses.
So I'll
Sí.
do
¿Estás en la ciudad de Guatemala
canvas.
o en el campo o dónde?
Es en una aldea.
¿Y por qué viajaste a los Estados Unidos?
8
Oh, pues,
sign
por muchos problemas
canvas.
de allá de Guatemala, ¿va? Entonces, pues aquí veo que todo está calmado.
Copy and
Problemas como
save that.
delincuencia, cosas como eso.
Sí, así es.
Do I
Por eso
error?
mismo que uno
Yeah,
busca
cameras.
cómo salir de allá mejor y que
I
yo
need
estoy cumpliendo
the-
con lo que yo he prometido con ellos de venirme a presentar.
¿Y
Ajá.
es difícil para encontrar trabajo sin papeles?
Pues la verdad no sé, va, porque yo no he intentado buscar porque como le digo, no quiero meterme a problemas. Es mejor, como le digo, cumplir hasta que ellos me autoricen un permiso de trabajo que andar haciendo cosas.
¿Qué tipo
There
de
it
trabajo
is.
quieres hacerlo?
So I need
No,
the
pues
gate
aquí
sign.
como dicen va a lo que me salga despuesito.
¿No tienes miedo sobre ICE?
Pues la verdad no, pues porque como decimos va de que a
Gate
lo que
sign.
Dios haga
There
su
it is.
voluntad.
Hopefully, that interview gives you some insight as to maybe why ICE has been engaging
That-
in such intimidating public behavior, snatching people off the streets in
Enabled?
masks, chasing day laborers through parking lots, the construction of something called Alligator Alcatraz, and releasing ASMR videos from deportation flights. Maybe they are using
What?
terroristic tactics in an effort to cause migrants to engage with the formal immigration system, whether it be through requesting a permit or self-deportation. I've mentioned self-deportation twice now because, according to a recent DHS report, 80% of the some 2 million people who've been deported since Trump's re-election have done it themselves on the CBP app to begin the legal citizenship process from their home country. This is no doubt a direct result of the climate of fear ICE has created. But additionally, Trump also launched an initiative called Project Homecoming that offers a free flight home and $1,000 for every single migrant who self-deports. I truly wonder
Hey,
if our
that
new friend
works.
is still in the country. So if you ask some people in the mainstream media, Portland, Oregon is a war-ravaged city where the U.S. military
So
is
it's the
fighting
world
the good fight
size that
against
controls them,
terrorists on every
right?
street corner. I don't know if that's true, but it could be. The problem with the media's coverage of ICE protests here and across the country is the problem with mainstream media overall. Massive conglomerates pushing dueling narratives to fit their own agenda, sensationalized headlines to boost engagement, and criminalized wording meant
Oracle?
to shape the public perception. So naturally,
The dreadlock guy. Oh man, his name is Mon. Not really. The guy was a pushover. I knew I. You know, I took one look at him. I was like, I would win. Yeah, I know who exactly you're talking about. Mon's the guy. Or man.
Not too hard to spot the bias there, buddy. Ground News. They show you stories from across the political spectrum with context like bias, factuality.
Okay,
and
let's
most
see.
Something else that doesn't get enough attention is how many news stories aren't actually newsworthy at all. They're fake or
So I
extremely
think this should be good now.
stories. And that is why Ground News
Okay,
shows
let me
you
get this try.
numerically how many actual sources
Congestion.
are telling the story. So you can determine if an article is legit or just echo chamber algorithmic nonsense. Ground News also tracks the ownership of publications, so you can see for yourself who's pushing what narrative.
You're able to fight him? Wait, really?
For all of those reasons, I and everybody here at Channel 5 trust Ground News to help us cut straight through the noise. And right
With
now,
dreads and you are able to fight him. I don't remember fighting anyone with dreads then.
just scan the QR code here or
I must have
click the
missed
link
it.
below to sign up. Supporting Ground News
Scarf and
helps
Naked?
support
I don't know who
us, which
Scarf
means
is.
we can keep
I
making
just know
videos like
that
this and giving
there's
y'all coverage that isn't watered down
hey,
or
what do you call
dictated by
it?
corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and most importantly, don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to the streets of Portland.
Do you think maybe there's any other reasons that people might think you're a Nazi besides being Caucasian? Because I'm Caucasian, never been called a Nazi.
Oh, dude, I hear it all the time. No, it's just because I'm white. White and I stand up for my rights. That's it.
You feel like white people are getting the short end of the stick?
Yeah, for me anyway. My personal opinion.
Oh.
What's been going on?
I grew up with all the cultures. I grew up black, brown. Grew up with the Mexican. I grew up in Hillsboro.
Oh shit.
I love all the colors, man.
Yeah.
But they hate on me, but it's fine. Still love who I love. I got
Mhm.
trans friends. I got gay friends. Bunch of retarded fucking trannies out here.
I live in this fucking
Excuse
building
me?
for 120 days of this bullshit. Fuck these people. They're trying to troll me, and I don't care. I think it's funny. They can't troll me, but I don't give a shit. Fuck them. Fuck them all. I'm gonna be here
Yeesh,
when
what is with the hatred?
and then hopefully we'll fuck these people up. They're gonna fuck them up, and we're gonna get them the fuck out of this goddamn neighborhood. Portland, Oregon.
That guy is full of hate. What the heck? He said the hard. He said the derogatory T word. What the heck?
It's been pretty peaceful. I mean, you had the flag.
He's got a very vocabulary. Yeah, he does.
Seems to have diffused for now.
I don't understand why this doesn't
and I
work.
actively went over and shoved people out of the way and took it and put it out and saved it. And then I told them to try and do that with my flag, and it obviously did not happen. And one of my friends got the other half. I think his name is Nick. That's the one. He got the other half.
President Trump, you mentioned that flag.
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah.
They're not going to take my flag and burn it, and I can't stand to see somebody trying to do that.
For these people in the building, right? This is not what they're used to. They're not used to entire masses of people being herded by giant gas clouds. So, you know, in the sanctity of Portland, to them, it may feel like a war zone. I know these people want to go to bed. I know these
This
officers
is how
wanna
I
get
did
home
it.
to their
I
families. Some
remember.
of them are from LA. So something needs to break. They need to get these people out of here.
Jeez.
National Guard from California, Oregon.
Not the brass
They're
pro, pro hat.
The president is supposed to
Jeez.
protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Domestic inside the United States. These are the enemies of, civil living in the United States.
The apparent enemies of the United States, for the most part, seem to either be furries and keffiyehs, semi-unhinged individuals dressed like superheroes harassing who they believe to be conservative media,
How about you guys go fuck over there?
and of course, right-leaning content creators attempting to engage with people in Black Bloc. which always results in some kind of argument or fistfight. It's an ecosystem where sometimes it feels like everyone needs each other to justify their own existence, and it's hard to tell
Why
who's
is this?
having the most
Why
fun.
is this?
You see,
Huh?
like how
The
everybody's
player
standing
login
around,
switched
it's
to
like this
recall
is
player.
99% of the day, all day. And then like the professional news will come out for a little bit. Like the left-leaning side will go, "Oh, these people out here, they're protesting," and then they'll leave. I saw yesterday an interview on some live stream. It was like this lady like, "We should incentivize people to come out here and punch Antifa.
That
That would really get our
would
views
be
up.
so
That would really
sad."
be great." Like they're so happy for violence. It's crazy. They're like cheering it on. They're like, as soon as they come out, they're like, "Yeah, go beat them up."
Okay,
Do
so
your
this
job," you
works
know?
now.
Like, I mean, they sent 30 guys out to come pull that kid who was his foot off the lines. They're not doing nothing. Yeah, that's not their job.
Where's that player login?
If you watch Newsmax, News Nation, Fox, you'll see about 15 to 20 minutes every night of the same stuff. And yeah, that's happening. The peaceful protesters are on the public sidewalk. The ICE agents come out of their facility and assault the peaceful protesters. And that's when everything goes to hell. It's not instigated by the protesters, it's instigated by ICE. I spent 22 years of my life upholding
Staff
the Constitution
notification.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And these are domestic enemies, not these folks, not these protesters. but
Oh,
the people back
is
in D.C. running
this
the
changing
show.
into something
We should use
else?
some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military.
This is America at practice. This
America.
is what the First Amendment, the most important of all, is all about, is people expressing their peaceful views of tyranny.
A lot of us that have been down on the ground for a while have anticipated we'd get this sort of clash between narrative and reality in Portland. They've been setting up
Setting
this story about Portland since 2020. It's
enabled.
disappointing to see so many people going
Settings.
along with it, but it's exciting to see that because of how much the spotlight is being focused on Portland and Chicago right now, we're getting a real opportunity to show people that that's not the case, that this isn't a war zone, that it didn't burn to the
Fuck around
ground
and find out. Yeah.
To be honest, a lot of this 2020 downplaying made us a bit sad, narrative-wise. There was a lot of energy in the streets back then.
Wait, what?
You had people boldly standing in front of the fires they just sparked with 100% conviction, and no huge concern about optics and how they'd be
Again,
perceived by people who
destroying
weren't.
property
And I'm
should
not
never
saying
be a
it's good
thing.
to burn down police stations, but proving how peaceful you are to conservatives by dressing like a cartoon character isn't exactly moving the needle either. I guess time.
Correct.
Oh well.
There's the right.
active in the
There's the right way to do
so I
things
can't speak
and
to how they
a
were on
wrong
the ground.
way.
I mean, I lived around here, but I didn't spend all that much time downtown.
So everybody's out here with a different idea, and so there's no Antifa, there's no like leftist playbook plan. Everybody's just out here. 'cause
Why
they're
is the
emotional
staff
and
notification
because
not
they care.
working?
Amongst all this hullabaloo, I
Oh,
started to
that's
wonder
why.
where
It's
the hell the real ones were at. The buck wild Antifas of 20.
this is targeting the wrong
lived
thing.
and died
Oh,
by this fuck 12 shit. So I made some calls, and thankfully, by the grace of God, I was able to get in touch with some certified steppers from back in the day, who, to my surprise, were doing their best to stay as far
oh,
away from the
this
ICE
is
office as possible.
all of this is wrong. Shoots. I targeted the wrong thing. No. I used the wrong.
Right-wingers
Oh my gosh.
trying to create a
I fumbled
situation
chat.
that can justify more escalation. You know, the contrast to that
Oh
is,
my
for the most
gosh.
part,
I
the
actually used the
same
wrong.
few dozen people who are showing up night after night, grilling hot dogs, rocking inflatable fucking frog costumes, twerking and smoking joints in front of federal agents. A lot of people have been on the same page for quite some time about what's going on down there. But for the most part,
I
it's a
actually
bunch of
read
newly
this.
activated people. It's a bunch of liberals. A lot of
I made it
anti-fascists,
fun.
just like,
I made
what
it
the fuck are you
target the
doing?
wrong
We're just,
thing.
like showing up to get surveilled, all for what? Because what are people doing?
It reminds me much more of the raid of Area 51. You guys familiar with that?
Yeah.
When they showed up?
With the footage of it, yeah.
That was people in inflatable costumes, vague conspiratorial tones, but probably the anger maybe
Dang.
ratcheted up a bit more because it's not quite as campy because ICE is actually, snatching people off the streets.
Especially at this point, it's so fucking unserious. Like, okay, cool, you got 10,000 people to go to your protest in quotes, with the cops blocking the streets and you're holding your signs, you get your pictures, you go home. Like, what has that done? If mass protest is anything, Israel wouldn't still be bombing Gaza right now. Because look how many people started to hit the streets
I
in
did
October,
this
November
chat.
of last year and
I
support
messed up.
Palestine. I mean, you can just go
Now I need
through every
ants to
10 mass
punish me,
protests,
bend me
what has that
over.
led to? And usually nothing.
So what's
That's what we've been trying to warn you about.
Protesting however they need to protest. As you said before, like
Oh yeah, really now.
is easy to ignore. Sometimes you gotta speak a language that they can't ignore. I mean, look at 2020 when 2020 popped off.
Okay,
I mean,
see.
Chilling was
So that
a big deal
works.
at that
Okay,
time.
now it
People
should
are
work.
just worried about more escalation. So I mean, that's recent proof that riots work. So yeah, I mean, targeted property destruction, I think, is a great tactic for those that are willing to do it.
How can you avoid getting in trouble when you have to do targeted property destruction?
No face, no case.
What's the dopest example of targeted property destruction that comes to mind, besides January 6th?
I think that the people in Atlanta, some of which are still on trial, deserve so much fucking credit for their efforts to stop Cop City. I think that
Not the White Cast. You know, I want to try that place.
is so admirable.
Protesters have been accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at police and
What?
twisting construction equipment, among other acts.
And they faced the most serious consequences from state repression.
What sort of consequences for somebody unfamiliar?
So 61 of them got RICO charges, which just recently sounds like they're dropping. But there's still a handful that do have domestic terrorism charges.
And that could land them in federal prison for a while, right?
There we go. Now it's updating.
Well, is it in Georgia State RICO?
I think it's state RICO.
Okay,
Do
see,
you
it's
remember
working,
the
chat.
domestic terrorism charges with federal state?
Okay.
I can't remember if they're all state or not.
Is that it?
Either, but I feel like something like domestic terrorism charges would be federal, right?
Yeah. Well, if it's a state RICO, you guys familiar with Young Thug?
Yeah.
He beat his state RICO.
Here is an interview with two self-described anti-fascists who've been in the game for a while, and just to clarify, had absolutely no hand in the killing of Osama bin Laden.
All right, great to meet you guys. Thanks so much for making the time. I appreciate it. So I guess the first question off the bat is, how would y'all describe yourselves politically?
I'm an anti-fascist. Anti-fascist, anarchist, too. Nobody
All
should
staff is
inherently
working too.
have any more power over anybody else. And people should be able to be free to make whatever decisions they want.
What do you
All
guys think
staff
the current
really
state of
broke.
America is? Like, are we headed toward a fascist takeover?
We are well in a fascist takeover. I think people have been planning for this for a long time, politicians namely. I think 2016 is when it became very transparent and when a lot of people started to catch on.
This is true,
because
chat.
Trump wasn't good at playing the cards close to his
All
chest, so to
stuff,
say. He was
then
very
call
outspoken
out.
about his goals and intentions, and
All
you
stuff.
could see the people that he was
Oh,
radicalizing and the people that
I thought I fixed
were,
this. Huh.
you know, like Charlottesville and just the growing right-wing movement and white supremacist movement. They just became so much more
I'll
emboldened
progress
that
it
it
and
wasn't ignorable anymore.
So you feel like it built mainly from 2016 until this present moment. What are some things happening right now that you look at as like a 100% foolproof sign of fascism coming into the fold?
So in February 2024, Stephen Miller laid this out in a podcast with Charlie Kirk, which The Atlantic then did an article on. And in that, he laid out Trump's plans
So
to do
then I have
exactly what
to
he's doing now, which
fix.
is to take National Guard from
Is
red
that
states,
tax?
to put them into blue states,
There it is.
and to hopefully get a response that justifies more
That
escalation
was
onto the
choice.
to
Then
look like the military coming in then.
that's
I mean, that's
the.
like a very
Okay,
transparent
I'm gonna finish this up and then
even-
I'm going
I
to
mean,
end
Stephen
stream.
Miller is just like he can take any quote he says and match it up with half the shit that got said in name it like 1920s, 1930s Italy, 1930s, 1940s Germany, like it's all the same shit.
We are the storm. And our
That is approaching. Reproach is I forgot the rest of the lyrics. Sorry, it just it like really lined up right there. Shush. Okay, settle down.
And so you mentioned that what's happening in Portland now is an attempt to escalate the situation to use anti-fascist response as a precursor to infringe more upon people's civil rights and freedoms.
I think they would love to see that.
For you guys, as anti-fascists, do you feel like you have to resist taking the bait when it comes to the current situation down there at the ICE building? Or do you still feel like it's worth it to show up and, you know?
Okay,
That's
this
a
should
really
work
good
out.
question, and I think there's a lot of nuance that comes with
You
it.
can tell
On
that
the
one's a
one hand,
female.
You hear the "don't take the bait" rhetoric from local
More than
Democratic
likely.
officials. They say "don't take the bait." For example, after it was announced that the
Oh,
National Guard was being deployed in Portland, a bunch of our
thank you very much, Pony. I greatly appreciate it. Mwah.
Right now, the most
I'm glad you're enjoying your stay.
Federal troops in our city is not to give into provocation.
Let's not take the bait. Let's not respond.
Let's
This is
not
bribe
be
work?
baited
Bribe?
by federal
A
bullying
bribe for what?
tactics.
Even though in this very same press conference, they acknowledged the fact that everything
Staff
in the news,
notified.
everything people were saying about
Beautiful.
Portland, just all this rhetoric was blown
Their
extremely
auction?
out of
No.
proportion. Images
Offer.
and videos from 2020 were being spread as if they're happening right now. Lies that the city is set on fire.
I don't know if my call staff button works. Longer stream? How much longer? Because I've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes already.
People are sieging the building or whatever the fuck.
These are crazy people, and they're trying to burn down buildings, including federal buildings. But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland.
So I think there's a very big difference with
The hell?
from people like that who are saying not
Wait,
to
why did that
bait,
call off
even
again?
though They don't need bait to do what they're doing. They're already escalating. They're already launching attacks on citizens and Portland civilians without anything happening. But at the same time, there is
Why did it
something
do
to be
that?
said about taking the bait
Make it
from
4 hours for
police,
Pony?
thinking
Okay, I'll do 4
strategically,
hours then.
tactically. If you look at everything
Is that
that's
okay with you?
happening right now, it's a direct result of the far right.
We are
information.
negotiating.
It's a direct result of these lying propagandists, none of which who live in Portland, none of which who are from Portland, but they have been fixated on Portland for
Tell
almost
me,
a decade. And
is
this
that what you
a
want?
direct result of
You
their
better tell me
lying
now or I'm
policies.
gonna
Every
kiss
night they're
Aya.
going to ICE and they're calling
With
on
my lower
Portland
lips.
patriots to come and protect the building and to protect the federal
Make your
officers down at
choice.
ICE.
Now,
When you're
Pony.
showing up to instigate fights, to provoke people, I think there's something to be said about taking the bait in
Ease.
situations like that. So I think it's
Okay,
important
I'll
to
go to the 4 hour mark then.
conflate, you know, the
If you're
terms
okay with
taking the
that,
bait
then
and
we'll do
taking
4 hours.
direct action is important. I do think standing up for what's right is important, but I also think there's a way to do so in a smart way and in a way that
For
is
whatever
actually
reason,
like benefiting your community and taking care of your
the
community.
alert
One thing you mentioned
sounded
was the
off
right-wing outrage
twice. I have
ecosystem.
no idea
So
why.
I was here in 2020. I think you guys probably were too, but I'm not
I
quite
just
sure.
cracked my hand.
And it was a totally different vibe on the ground. There was some content creators, but it was far more
Let's see.
protesters. than
Maybe it's
people
just the
involved in
notification when it
protesting.
shows up.
We went down there the other night, and it was mostly people live
It is.
streaming, a few protesters, and whenever you mention the right-wing outrage machine,
I guess I
are you
must have kept
talking
it the
about
same.
content creators, or are you talking more about like podcasters speaking from their
Let's control
homes? Like, can you
S.
describe the relationship between those two
Ow?
things?
I mean, I would say
What do you mean,
it's
ow?
all part of the
Wait,
same
was that
ecosystem,
loud?
right? You have these supposed, you know,
If that was
journalists
loud,
on
I
the
am
far
so
right
sorry about
that
that.
are directly embedded with federal officers who are being granted access to the rooftop
And
at
thank you for
ICE
the
while
two as
major
well. Oh
political
my goodness.
publications are being denied
I
same
appreciate
access.
it.
And they're up there night after night making lies, spreading lies about what's going on in Portland. And these same people are being invited
The hitting
onto
of the
Fox
head?
News.
Oh.
They're now being invited to go
Let's see.
speak and share their
Welcome.
stories at the White House. It just kind of
Because it's like, it was pretty quiet on my side, so.
Maybe they're not getting invited to the same places or getting the same
Let's
opportunities,
see.
but they're all doing the same thing. They're all spreading the same message. They're all working together.
What is the message they're spreading about Portland? Like in one sentence, what would you say it is?
The misunderstanding of what anarchy means, I think
Nope.
that's what they make it out to be.
No.
Chaos,
Sorry.
anarchy,
Okay,
civil
sorry if
war,
these are loud. Oh my gosh, these are really loud. Okay, I lowered up the volume.
Who has completely ignored this story or has
Cloud 5.
falsely
Okay.
reported on it. This is nothing short other than
Where-
a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hoyt, for gifting Leviathan as well. Well,
Attention. The people showing up down there were very liberal and even on their microphones were
okay.
discouraging.
So far, everything is working with this, which is nice.
They had people wearing vests and armbands and being
And
like, if there's a
yeah,
conflict out of these people, so the people going down there weren't even
tell you what
the
though.
men who
Let's
right-wingers have
see.
created the situation down there to be.
Yeah, one thing that's super interesting because I like to call it like imagined cultural geography. You know, it's
Let's
like 'cause
see.
everyone now is like chronically inside and they're learning about reality through their favorite podcaster and live streamer.
How about I
The
do
right has
this?
created
I'll
a vision
do
of Portland
Dead by
with
Daylight
imagination for
until
Americans.
the
So
4 hour
it's
mark.
ranging from young, like Charlie Kirk
Because I
fans,
already
to
finished
old,
this
like
as
people's
well.
grandparents. And they actually think that
Enjoy
Portland
your
is like a war
thinking.
zone controlled by
Filter
Antifa
system.
or like tweakers. I don't know what they think. It's like controlled by like communist Antifa tweakers.
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't know what they think is happening.
Thank you for gifting
To
Jackals
clarify,
as well.
is Portland a war zone?
I really appreciate it. Mwah, mwah.
when there are escalations, the escalations are coming from federal agents. Which you can see in all their own propaganda. Like,
Would you like
part of
that?
the propaganda is the feds doing
World
violence to people
settings,
that are just standing there
disabled.
yelling in front of a driveway. And like, even
World
though that's happening,
status.
it's just a very small city block that's not even like in a central part of
Oh.
the city. There's nothing happening here.
For somebody at home right now who wants to visit Portland, not to attend a protest or counter protest, what are some areas that you'd recommend going as a visitor for the first time to catch the true vibe of the city?
Northeast Portland, southeast. There's
I don't
so much in
understand.
the city
Wait.
that's just so lively. You walk around anywhere you go, there's people riding their bikes, there's people skateboarding, there's people going on walks.
I think we're gifting purple as well. Oh my goodness. You're going insane today, Pony. Thank you very much.
Really sad to see this false
Thank yous for
narrative that's been
making
created and
these.
that's spreading like wildfire throughout the nation.
Why do you think Trump in particular has been so
Status?
fervent about targeting Portland, Oregon?
I think one of the reasons is
So
the
when mirrors are
anti-fascist scene
enabled,
in Portland.
then
Anti-fascism in Portland, it's cultural here. It goes
forget
so
how I did
far
this.
back. It's truly
Mirrors.
cultural here,
Filter
and people
cameras.
have been fighting back and resisting the organizing of white supremacist groups as far back as like the Great Depression. I think the
Does it not
genuine
say
anti-fascist community
when?
is a big reason for that. You know, he's trying to quell his dissidents, and him and other officials in the government are very outspoken about that.
Can you tell me a little bit about the history of
Baller
anti-fascism
preview.
in Portland? Like, when did it really start to coalesce as a broad cultural thing?
I think probably with like anti-racist.
I'm a
action
bit
in the 90s,
confused.
right? Would you say here in Portland? It goes back a lot further than that, you know, 20th century shit. But in the 80s and 90s, yeah, there was a lot of anti-racist organizing
I'm sniping
that
who's
was
inside
formed in response to the organization of like various white
for the hype
supremacist
train.
groups,
Oh my
Aryan
goodness.
Nation, KKK, like, you know, the list goes on. There's the ARA, there's Sharps, civil rights
Something
groups,
I don't
labor
understand. How
unions. These
how
people, you know, they were all mobilizing in response to white supremacy. And when I say that anti-fascism in Portland is cultural, and it has been for a really long time, I don't think people understand how
I
deep
don't
it
remember
really
how I
goes. You know,
did
the music scene in
this.
Portland is really big, and it has been for a long time, and that was also a big part of it in the
Settings.
80s and 90s. There's
So
so many
when I
bands that
do
were
this,
incorporating anti-fascist messaging into their music, even into their lyrics.
It's the same thing in Seattle.
status.
Like, I don't think people understand rural Pacific Northwest is like the most racist spot. And there's like the most, I don't know what it is about the culture, because even in the South, it's still more integrated. So there is like clan
Did I
groups, but
like?
some of these Washington towns, like Eastern Oregon, like they want to secede and become the state of Jefferson. They buy into the
I'm
you know,
confused
Portland
about
myth more than anybody
something.
else. I remember when I was a kid, one of the first
Every
things
time I
wasn't
I
wasn't
fix
too old at the
something, I
time,
find
but
out something new
WTO
that
events in
I hadn't
Seattle were one
fixed
of the
yet.
first, I think, times that the greater public became familiar with
Calera?
how people get down in the Pacific
It's
Northwest. But what I'm curious about from you guys is, when did Black Bloc start, and what is the purpose of wearing it?
sorry. I'm like,
WTO was a big
it's
part of
fine.
getting
Thank you though. I
the
do
Black
appreciate
Bloc
it.
tactic on a lot of people's radar. And I think there are a lot of misconceptions that come along with Black Bloc. People see folks wearing Black Bloc and automatically assume some kind of political affiliation or allegiance. They think oftentimes anarchist, which may be true a lot of the time. But Black Bloc isn't a uniform. Black Bloc is a
Oh,
tactic. And it
right.
was a
I
tactic
never.
that had to be adapted because of the
I
intense
didn't make a
surveillance and
setting for it
criminalization that the left has
because
faced for decades and decades.
What's the current benefit of wearing all black and making it so nobody can identify you?
It depends on the context.
because
Sometimes it's not always the smartest move. Sometimes
it
just
was the
wearing regular
world
clothes and,
setting.
you know, surgical mask and a hat. The whole point of the tactic is to not draw attention to yourself or to stay anonymous so that people can't identify you. And
Well,
so sometimes
actually,
Black Bloc is the best move if you're around a lot of other people that wear the same thing.
oh, wait a
Sometimes it's not
minute.
the best move.
Is
I
there, you know,
did
any intense
have it
harassment
here.
campaigns to dox and identify anti-fascists in Portland?
Yeah, of
UI
course. There's Andy,
parents?
there's Antifa Watch, there's countless right-wing
It's just it
telegrams that are
wasn't
always looking
registering
to
here
try to
because
identify
I
people,
had
especially
name
in cities
changed
like
at all.
Seattle or Portland, where we are viewed as like these
Okay, this makes
anti-fascist
so
hubs.
much
They
more
really want to
sense.
like identify who's involved with what.
Let's
And after
see.
they identify you, what is the
Moderated
typical course of action? Do
instance
they contact your
enabled,
employer, or how far
then
does it go?
Harassment, death threats, showing up to your house. I know countless
moderated
people who
instance
have been directly
disabled,
impacted
then
by that type of violence. The violence
camera
that's caused by
filter
these doxing and
enabled,
harassment campaigns. Massive
then
doxing and harassment campaigns, by the way, from
camera
people with extremely large
filter
followings and online
disabled,
presence. Unfortunately, that has resulted in,
then
yes, so many people getting fired, but it's also resulted in people getting hurt
filter
and even killed.
enabled,
The
and
Normandale shooting that
then
happened in Portland, the shooter
mirror
was a Indian
filter
outlaw.
There's probably going to be
disabled.
people who watch this who are more consider themselves to be more centrist, and they might point to the killing of Jay, who was like a Proud Boy, and he was shot and killed by an anti-fascist who was later killed pretty much extrajudicially by, I think it
This
was
should
National
be,
Guardsmen or some
yeah.
sort of armed task force that was sent directly by Trump. Do you guys see any kind of both
That's
sides
why this was not
responsibility as far as
working.
escalating violence?
I mean,
That
in
makes
that
so much more
particular
sense,
situation,
chat.
definitely not.
Wow,
Especially
you're
when
so
Jay
cute.
Nixon
Oh my
before Black was
goodness.
shot back. So that particular situation, especially not. But any action that someone might point to as being like
Closely close to that pictures. I should update that, by the way. I'm still deciding if I want to do that.
terrorizing people or threatening people or like
Plus,
doing what
I will say, you guys are getting something even better too. You know, with my sister now, my twin sister doing with AS twin sister streaming on a certain other twin website. That's definitely not us.
it's so silly and would be so funny if the consequences
Yeah.
were so fucked up. If you
So
ask
now,
anyone to
if I do
find
player
out Antifa is an
login,
organization, no one can do it. Like they might bring up
oh,
Antifa, but
so
those are very
she
all anti-fascists, but not everyone's racially Antifa. Like we're not
she
Antifa.
what do you
Like,
call it?
specific
Did a
people,
test
like,
stream
they're all an organization.
last Sunday,
It's so
and
silly. Yeah, I mean it's just a lot of people that care about the same
my
thing
twin sister and
and
AS
sometimes
twin
come together
sister
to defend said things.
were just doing a
So
test
it's
stream,
a
and a lot of
international effort
people
to
found
make
out
sure
about it
like
real fast to a point there was like 135 plus people there.
action, especially violent,
So she did
action
amazing.
more justified in the eyes of
10
people
10
that are
IGN.
involved. Personally, I think that's more so the intent of trying to ban
すごい
Antifa
ですわ。
as a terrorist organization.
That still
is
did not
to
work. Why?
basically separate anti-fascists
Huh?
from like the population at large, I guess. I also think that it's manufacturing consent for what might come in the future.
Something's wrong with my
Again, Trump has not been
world.
quiet about
Something's
wanting
wrong
to
with
quell
my
his
world
dissidents. I mean,
status.
look at what's happening now.
So,
There's federal judges that are being accused of being
why?
Antifa. There are entire police departments that are being accused of being Antifa, all because what? He's maybe not getting his way
I don't
in a tiny
understand
thing,
why
and in
this
turn
does
he's
not
throwing
work.
these insane temper tantrums. And it's really scary to think about the ways that he wants to silence his opponents.
Would you guys ever take any George Soros money if it was offered?
I don't even know how to answer that.
How do you feel about the paid protester narrative in general?
I think
How's
it's
that turn
fucking hilarious.
sisters?
You know the
People,
running
you know,
joke with
then she
protesters is
injured
that
herself?
everyone's
Yeah.
surviving on the same $20 bill that's being passed around.
Yeah.
And that's really funny, but I also don't think there
She
could be a more
stretched a
beautiful
muscle a
metaphor
bit
as
too
to how
hard,
things work,
but
because
that's
that's
pretty
really how
common.
it is. Like, if people took the time to get to know these
She
rowdy
tends to
anarchists
go
that they
very
talk about, they would see that these are the people that are feeding people.
rough
These are
with
the
it.
people that are helping people find shelter. These are the people that
Yeah.
are doing everything in their power to keep communities safe
Target
and make sure people have their
translation.
needs met.
One thing they feel
So why
has
did this
hurt
not
their
work?
movement is the widespread democratic narrative that Antifa tactics are giving the progressive side of the aisle
Is it
a
because it
bad
sets
name
you
by
quality?
associating anti-Trumpism with violence and vandalism.
I'm actually really offended by that narrative and
Target
like the
translation.
condemnations that come from liberals and centrists. They are a big reason we are where we are today. If you look at the right, sure,
Maybe
they
it's
don't
because
have
it sets you
community in the
equality.
way that the
So let's
left
try
has
this.
community, and that's huge, and at the end of the day, that's how
String
we're gonna win. But as
equals
far as how they're
instead.
winning right now, whether it's social media influencers or journalists, you know, getting access to politicians and getting support from, like, you know, people in various positions of power. Meanwhile, like, the left, like, centrist and liberal publications can't even do like an honest report back or coverage on a demonstration. And it's really upsetting because whether we agree or disagree on tactics is besides the point.
Okay, let's
If we're
see.
fighting for
So
the same
this
thing,
is
for some reason,
disable there.
anti-fascists are being condemned more than the very fascists that are responsible for
Who are
the
we
violence and
supporting?
the shit show that we are
Shouldn't
all
we
witnessing.
deploy to
How do you
follows?
guys feel about the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
I can't talk about it here because, you know, but my
The
twin
video was hard to
sister,
watch, I'm not gonna lie. But did I spend 2 seconds feeling bad?
you know how to
Not
find
really.
her.
No.
But I
Smile.
mean, as far as like what that means for the future of political discourse,
Hi, Clarion.
that's where I felt like, holy shit, you know, because of who he was, representing a centrist
Developer,
conservative figure, not
world
somebody on the far
settings.
fringe, someone who had
So
used social
enable.
media
Oh
to
wait, now it's
manufacture a lot
working.
of
What?
relatability with the younger demographic. What do you think his death, or I guess assassination, represents for the future
What?
of American political discourse?
I think that in general, the escalation from the far right can be attributed to that. I mean, for example, like we're seeing now, like Adam Hoffman coming back, and they directly claim because of Charlie Kirk's assassination, it sparked them to reform. Which, I mean, if people don't know who Adam Hoffman is, like accelerationist Nazi group that in the past that has been charged with murders and torture and forms of violence and acceleration.
Why?
The response after his murder was
I-
fucking insane.
Hmm?
I remember being like,
I mean,
actually,
I'm
what
not.
is happening right now?
Hmm?
If JD Vance was murdered
Why
right
did this
now,
work
he
off
would
a
not
sudden?
get the same response and reaction as this motherfucker is getting. I truly believe that. But I also think that what we're seeing and the response and
What?
like the
I'm so
escalations, I
confused.
think they were going to happen one way or another. The people that are responding to this, they
This
always
was the
find
one I was.
excuses, they always find justifications,
Hmm?
they always find ways to excuse their violent and disgusting behavior. And I think the outcome would have been the same in one way or another.
Oh,
I don't know how we would have gotten here, but I know that we would have no matter what. I would agree with that, and I think that also like kind of circles back to your question about taking the bait and like concerns around optics, which have like always been in conversation around
I
like
had.
anti-fascists. They're going to find a way to do what they want to do. Like just staying at home for
Oh,
years and not doing anything is not going to stop them. To blame it on
I didn't even realize I had all of this here
irresponsible.
too.
So, what do you think the solution could be as a country to resisting the impending fascist takeover?
I mean, with the point we're at now, that's hard. We're so far in right now. It's hard to answer, especially when we're getting hit from every fucking angle. Look at the state of our education system. What all of our children in this country are going through. It breaks my heart to think about every day. Look at all the federal employees that are being fired and let go. Look at all the people that are being
Okay.
fucking cleaned out because they're not Trump loyalists. And then there's
Trump
torture.
loyalists, huh?
There's so much. So it's really hard to
Moderated
answer that question
incense
and to think about this
enabled.
and not feel a little bit of resentment because people have been sounding the alarm about this for such a long time.
Moderated
Anti-fascists have been
incense
screaming, doing
disabled.
anything in their power to get people to see what's going on and to
Camera
see what was coming.
filter
And in turn, we're just met with
enabled.
getting demonized. It's hard to think about, but
Camera
people need to
filter
rise up and fight back, whatever that looks
disabled.
like. Everybody can do what they can. That doesn't mean you gotta go grab a crowbar and start breaking windows. It could be a
Mirror
doctor not
filter
complying in advance at
enabled.
the hospital because they're afraid that Trump is gonna take away federal funding.
I guess the broader question is how bad do things have to get
Mirror
until the average person
filter
is like, man, maybe I should resist
disabled.
this in some capacity. The disengaged person. I like to think about like the 85% of America that just like watches their shows, watches sports.
Yeah.
Like at what point is the alarm going to be sounded in the
Okay,
mind of the everyman?
so
Well,
I know how to
that's
do this
when
part
they
as
can't
well
do that
because I already
when someone
had
in their
something
life
similar
is directly
working.
affected by these policies and by this administration. You know, to like kind of circle back a little bit on the
Then
last question, the
custom
resistance is
event
gonna look
in
different from state to
seconds.
state, from
I
community to
delayed by
community.
1.5
I don't think there's gonna
seconds
be like a
and
one-off
changed this to
solution. Like
video.
what we're doing here in Portland is gonna be a lot different than what people feel they need to do, you know, across the country on the East Coast somewhere. For people to feel like they need to get up and to finally do
That is
something, I struggle to
true.
not be pessimistic a lot of the time, to be optimistic that will happen.
That
But
is
things are
true.
getting really bad so quickly that it's hard to know at this point. I think as soon as people aren't able to stay at home and be comfortable, or
Looks
show
like you're
up
doing well
is
tonight.
very close to them.
Thank you,
And
thank
so
you.
for
I
people,
appreciate it.
that would be the tipping
I'm
point
the best with technology. Out of
that
respect.
aren't already
So
out
I'm
there.
not
Yeah, it's too
showing
bad
this
too,
course
'cause
telling gaps.
so many people I
For
feel like
us?
became Trump supporters because of liberals.
Not the best
You
with
know, just the
technology. What does
fatigue
that
as far
mean?
as liberal policing.
I think I already follow your
You
tone
feel
on
this
there.
on like the stand-up comedy world in particular, because I really
Huh?
think they had a huge hand in turning people,
I
you
guess
know,
it's cute. No, I'm
away
not.
from liberalism or progressivism and toward Trump, because it's like he says what he wants.
Okay,
He doesn't
let's
give a fuck
see.
what you say. We should, you know, at the end of the day, like he's not perfect, but
What
he's
did I have
honest. Do
have
you
to set
see
us?
liberals as being
And skip
equally
display name,
responsible
skip
for the rise
display.
of fascism as you do conservatives?
Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Liberals will say they stand for one thing and do another. And the people that are actually acting
So this is.
do
Oh
material things
my
for freedom to
gosh.
create a better world
That
society and
is why
stop
this whole thing
they
keeps
lump them into some
triggering every time
category.
someone's
You know,
data
they'll
gets
say
updated. Oh my
bullshit
goodness.
things like
I didn't
legitimacy
even
theory,
realize it was like
they'll
that.
give legitimacy to these fascist ideologies that like to say that anti-fascists are the same as fascists because they want to tell you how.
I had this
And
set
so
up all
liberals are
weird like
just as much
this.
complacent as right-wingers and MAGAs.
Oh my goodness, that explains so much. Let's see. So how did I set this up to? Is players
So do you see
guess
any
that?
hope in the two-party electoral system moving forward?
Let's see.
Next primary, like, do you ever see a progressive
Try to
thing
get
on the left
ins.
side of
Okay,
the
so
aisle
this
that
is
you can
what
get
I
behind?
need to grab.
I'm not the one to ask. I don't vote. My answer will be no to any hope of any politician saving us or saving people. I've yet to ever see a politician
So
who's
then
not
I need to
in
grab
it
the
for
world
anything more
status
than
again.
themselves and their ego. Anytime I get a little bit of hope,
I love
I'm
Taco
just
Bell.
let down time and time again, be it by progressive city council members, Democratic governors,
Let's see.
liberal Democratic presidents. It doesn't matter.
Do y'all believe in voting for like city council members or local government here in Portland?
Local is different. Even if I don't believe in the politics, I do think that the people
Let's
do
see.
have
Ins.
power to make changes in their communities. Whether you agree with politics or not, however you think about politicians, I think it would be doing a disservice to our communities and also just lying to ourselves to say that it wouldn't make
I
a
call
difference,
this
even if it's
local
just on a
authority.
small level. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think local elections are a different conversation, and I think that there's value in participating in it.
Speaking of the Proud Boys and other kind of far-right groups like that, are they still as active as they were back in the day?
They definitely got quiet, notably after January 6th. Tensions cooled down. There was a lot of fragmenting of these groups. Lots of anti-fascist researchers would document this stuff. It's all available on the internet, you know. They were just kind of nowhere to be seen for a little bit. Not long ago, within the past like 6 months maybe, in Oregon City, the local
Okay,
Proud Boys
so let's see. Try to
organized a
get
flag wave.
ins.
And that was kind of one of the
First,
first
it needs to be
things we had seen
local.
happen in the area in a while.
Then
But
that.
that is definitely starting to change. We touched a little bit earlier on some of these far-right grifter propagandists kind of encouraging more and more of these patriots to come and protect them
So
and to protect
first
the rights. We'll look at
is
people's coverage of what's happening
it
at ICE.
needs
You can
to
see that over the past
exist.
week, the crowd size of the far-right has slowly gotten bigger and bigger. And in that crowd, there are, you know, local fascists that are known by name to people in the Pacific Northwest. I'm talking all the way from
If it
fucking
exists, then
Eugene to Seattle.
continue.
A lot of the same fascists that go
Then
from city to city
local authority
terrorizing
needs to be
communities, and they're definitely starting to come out again.
Who are some of the, I guess, fascist
if
right-wing content creators that you guys think are doing the most damage right now to the perception of Portland?
The post-millennial.
go to engage.
And anyone involved with
Go
them.
to
Oh yeah, I
you
definitely have a black
engage
eye. So that's
into
what's been
Taco
like
Gods.
covering Portland for the past 4 months.
As far as Antifa
And where's
is
$2
concerned,
menu? Here's
the
like
main
$5.
belligerent in the
I mean, it's compared
propaganda
to how it
war
was
has
back
been
then, where it's $10.
Postmillennial, a publication
I'm
connected
okay with
to
the
Turnbull
5.
USA, whose editor-at-large Andy Ngo has the ear of the president, Elon Musk, and in many ways can be viewed as the king of the
If the
anti-Antifa
local
algorithm
authority
on X
is
and
the
elsewhere. The
same,
canon event in Andy's journalistic career appears to have been back in 2019
then do
when he was
nothing.
kicked, punched, and hit with a milkshake during a Proud Boys counter-protest in Portland. The attack caused him to suffer a brain hemorrhage, and eventually he was awarded $300,000 in damages. Like every other case wherein someone is attacked for their political beliefs, the event only emboldened his grudge against the group, and also magnified his reach, landing him a spot on the Joe Rogan podcast and in the op-ed section of the Wall Street Journal, where Andy described the experience
Like
ad
$12?
nauseam, warning millions of people
$12.
about the radical left.
Oh gosh,
After going on
that's
Joe
so
Rogan, he penned
expensive.
a best-selling New York Times book called Unmasked, which focuses primarily on exposing Antifa cells in the Portland area, and has since grown the post-millennial into a powerhouse of Antifa critical coverage. From an internet standpoint, most of the conservative content creators on the ground at the ICE
$12
exist
Monopoly
within
money.
Andy Ngo's
Oh
orbit,
no.
and for that reason have faced extremely hostile treatment from many
Then are you
protesters
going
on the ground.
Britain or
How do y'all view
Australia?
confrontations
No.
between anti-fascist activists and conservative content creators?
Oh.
My initial answer is to say
You mean
that
N Pony?
I don't think they should
I was like, what?
safe coming and
Let's see.
creating
If
situations for
equals, do
content,
nothing.
which
If
is
not
what
equal,
has literally
do
been happening.
something.
I mean,
Then
even
you want to
Portland
set.
police said that in their own court filing. So it's not just our one-sided opinion on this. It's just objectively what's going on.
Then
Allowing them to operate down there is what has created specifically the situation right now with the National Guard, because the people coming down there have the ears of people
so
in the
if
Trump
it's not
administration,
equal,
and they're going to be paying
but
attention
then
to the
you want to
content
update
put out,
because
and
you want to
now
update
they're
your rules and
making
all your
executive
stuff.
orders and policies
So
around
then we do
these
that.
basically manufactured and exaggerated.
Then
I don't remember when it was. A few nights ago, Nick Sorter.
get the local authority.
If you want his name, you can do whatever. But a far right.
Then we gotta do this one more time.
Whatever the fuck you want to call him, instigated a fight with somebody. The post-millennial posted footage of it where you can see he's the one starting the fight. Portland police showed up and they arrested him. The response from the far right was
Doing your
accusations that Portland
wrong.
police is Antifa, that Portland police takes orders from Antifa. That narrative spread like wildfire and was being parroted by top government officials. That's fucking insane. It feels like we're living in an episode of Black
Yeah.
Mirror.
Yeah.
It's
Who's
fucked.
Adam?
Like you just said,
Adam's a
Portland police are no
bitch
friends of ours.
ass
For me,
e-boy
or any fancy
that wanted to get
anti-fascists
into Eve's
I know,
pants.
to come to PPP's
And I was not gonna
defense is also
take
fucking
lightly
crazy.
to
It
that.
speaks
Not on
volumes.
my
Yeah,
watch.
it's so beyond words how fucking silly it is. Silly
He
in the
tried
most
to have
dangerous
sex with
way,
our
'cause, like,
Eve. What the
that's what
heck?
she's using to justify
Can't believe that
escalation
guy.
in Portland.
So, how do you think what's going on today
Okay,
compares to
I think
2020?
we should be good
You know
now.
what way? It's like it's just so different. It's so different. So there's a lot of similarities as far as a lot of
Okay,
these like
this should work
far-right
now.
figures manufacturing
No, this
content
isn't gonna
and spreading lies on the internet. That's not new to Portland. Places like Portland
Nobody
and
try to
Seattle
get.
are very familiar
Nobody
with
try
those
and get
tactics,
into my
but things
pants,
are also
please.
really different.
You
The
heard them,
stakes are
chat.
higher than they've ever been. Things are escalated. There's Blackhawks circling over the city every fucking
What's that
night,
local
along
authority
with
to?
drones and
100.
surveillance Cessnas. There's also a lot of very newly activated people, and people who go down to protest against ICE is a very, very wide spectrum of people in so many different demographics, whether it's age, race, politics. That's another reason why it's kind of funny when people are covering the protest, the anti-ICE protest, and they're calling people anti-fascists, or not even anti-fascist, Antifa, or
I feel like
anarchists,
politics
and
got
half of
so
those people couldn't
complicated
tell
over the
you what
years, at least in my
Antifa
opinion.
is or
But
what
then again, I
anarchist
was
is
never a
because you've
political
probably
person,
never even
so
seen Black Bloc
all this goes
before.
like
How do you
right over my head and so forth.
become an Antifa?
You simply are anti-fascism. It's as simple as that. It's not like a thing you become. You can't like sign up and join. I mean, there are, don't get me wrong, there are organizations, there are groups, you know, there's labor unions, there's student groups, there's even, you know, like clergy and groups at churches and synagogues that have, you know, anti-fascist principles. There are groups and organizations that are like have anti-fascist principles, but there is no Antifa group. If you want your role to be on the ground, like, you know, physically opposing fascist groups
Yeah.
or being present at protests and stuff like that, there's tons of literature out there that
Oh.
can teach you if you don't know anyone. But some people just, they'll be online
Wait,
and
what?
they're really good at researching and keeping tabs on like what's going on and educating people. And for that, like,
Valorant
all you need is
administrator.
computer and internet. I think it just depends on each individual and the role they see for themselves.
So, technically, you could just get Block, show up at an event where you know there's going to be anti-fascists, and you all be like, what up?
If the person wants to, yeah.
You wouldn't be like, what's up, Doug? Like, how long you been doing this for? There's no cool guying or gatekeeping, like at a punk show maybe, when someone's like, where are you from? Or like,
He's
"What's your
broke.
band?"
Why?
There's no like, were you here in 2020 vibes?
I would say that it's actually like looked down upon to be asking those kinds of questions, you know, because people are trying to keep their anonymity intact. Yeah, I think it really just all goes back to like it's not an organization. Like there are so many people that play so many different roles and are involved in
Developer,
developer, and that includes people to put on
administrator,
Black Bloc, and
administrator,
they're not all
VIP,
going to be
VIP,
anarchists that want to
operator,
make
operator,
noises. It's just
guest
so varied.
against.
It's really hard to make any kind of like really blanket statement about like
Mabu, can you spare some pockets? I thought that said pocket pussy for a moment. But you said pockets, surely. I don't know why I read it as pocket pussy. I was like, share pocket pussy. It's just like, excuse me?
Especially if people are anarchists and like non-hierarchical thinking. If you have a leader
I'm already in my own pants. I don't think a second person can get into them.
cut the head of the snake off and take down a whole organization. But it is
That's kind of hot. Sharing pocket pussy? Oh my goodness.
autonomous people working together.
I'll have my spare pocket out. You can have the free pocket. I don't understand why this is. Why is this button like this?
Due to the rise of bold-faced Nazism since Trump's reelection.
Visitor, then guest, then
Unite the Right in
Operator,
Charlottesville. For the longest time, they
then
were taking this
VIP,
very like optics-friendly
followed
approach. They
by
wouldn't be seen
administrator.
with swastika flags
Maybe it's
or
the
like
UI that's
overt
wrong.
Nazi imagery in any
Where
way.
is
In
it?
the past few weeks, that's starting to change. You know, post J6 and very recently, we've seen a lot of these fascist groups and fascist individuals
Developer,
kind of shift
administrator,
from how they were
moderator,
doing things and
VIP,
move on to this
attendee,
like
visitor, host.
European style
I don't
of like
understand. Why
white
did this
supremacy.
button
So now
act so
we're
different?
seeing
I
active
don't.
clubs pop up all over the place. Olympic National, they're building a white supremacist compound, and you know these are popping up all over the country. These groups, it's
Why?
scary. They're definitely out there, and they've been organizing and they've been escalating.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Before Charlottesville, I don't think there was any Nazi groups that were regularly marching with swastika flags. I know there's a couple of them that seasonally will have marches with swastika flags, usually armed with ARs, so that's a new escalation too.
On a broader level, what are some of the main problems actually facing Portland?
Houselessness is a big
Huh.
one.
Yeah.
It's a
I'm a bit
massive
confused
issue.
by
And,
this.
you know, the city's solution has been to show up to houseless camps, sweep them,
So
violently
developer
sweep
and
them,
such has
destroy their
issues, but
belongings and
why?
steal their belongings. There's no solution after
UI
they sweep,
index
you know?
persistence
So
level.
it's just this like never-ending repeating cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that.
So you think
cost of living and just how many people are living outdoors that just get harassed by the cops and harassed by the city, harassed by NIMBYs.
So NIMBY stands for not
But
in my
why?
backyard.
Why
and
is?
it's similar
Why
to
are
San
these
Francisco, where that's
buttons
people who
broken as
don't want,
well?
I guess what they see as low income,
That's what
high
I'm not
density development
understanding.
happening around their historic properties. So they're able to like get on the historic register and say you can't build here because I live in the Pearl and this building is like 150 years
Exactly.
old. Is that kind of what NIMBYism is? Or is that like a simplification? Do you guys know? I'm not at these board meetings. I don't know what's going on.
No, yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, it's the people on Portland subreddit villainizing every houseless person they see,
Yeah.
you know, and making life worse.
What do you think about this narrative? I see a lot of YouTube videos called like how Portland, you know, manufactured a catastrophe by having
I
such a
don't.
lenient policy for open air drug use and, you know, encampments.
I'm so
What do you guys
confused.
think about that narrative?
Oh, you know what it is? Maybe I just clicked too fast.
It's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just fucking stupid because like you
I think
see
that's what
all these,
happened.
like, fucked up social media influencers who are like specifically intentionally going to these places, and you know these are issues that you see in any big city, especially big cities that are being gentrified the way that Portland is being gentrified, but they just like distort these narratives to fit their like anti-liberal rhetoric, and it's just fucked up the way that they essentially go around just exploiting these people.
There's so many videos like that in Portland.
Yeah, so many.
They have videos like that.
You better get a
Philly
good meal
lot,
and drink.
But in Philly, it's
And
more
I
like
will.
City of Zombies. It's less politicized. It still is treated
Okay,
like a
so
Portland zoo.
developer
But here
works
it's like,
now.
look what the liberals did. So gentrification, as somebody from Seattle, I see as the
Administrator.
most consistent through line that describes the problems that our city.
Is there a reason why you giga?
Something you don't hear
Oh,
about
I just never downsized myself
and you definitely don't
because
hear
I
about
was staring at
conservative media
Npony.
the city don't even know. Because gentrification also ties to like oral history. You know what I mean? Like when a conservative thinks about gentrification, they're like, that doesn't matter. I don't even know what that means. A liberal will say like, well, there's less crime now. But that's kind of what they say. It was like, well, you know, it got cleaned up. Basically, it means they displaced everybody else. and brought in
Oh, it's just
affluent tech workers
disabled
from
for a
different
moment.
countries and states.
Wait, no,
for
it's
temporary
not.
residence periods to do their jobs in the city. So in Portland,
Oh, yeah,
where
it
is the
is.
frontier of gentrification right now?
Settings enabled. Okay.
Yeah. What part of the city?
I just don't have notifications for these. I'm kind of okay with having notifications, to be
I, for some
honest.
reason, always thought it was northeast.
I'm a bit lazy. I'll add it.
A lot
Whatever.
has been done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Southeast is like the up and coming, currently going hard up.
So northeast gentrification has been complete. The Alberta
I don't
street.
know that it's been complete, but a lot of it has been like,
Let's
yeah.
see.
Transformed so much.
Yeah.
It's just kind of.
Growing up, there's a few spots that were black neighborhoods that's definitely not the case now.
Okay, well this shit's kind of crazy. Have you guys heard about the Grants Pass ruling?
Oh yes.
Like how right after Portland decided to decriminalize petty use of drugs and like contained it to downtown, Grants Pass was like, okay, now we're going to criminalize
Verifications?
vagrancy. And if you're outside one time, we take you to jail. If you're outside 3 times sleeping, we give you like a year in county jail. And simultaneously, they chartered buses of all of their street population to Portland to take advantage of the imbalance in laws between counties.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always thought that like that might have something to do with it because it makes it so the harm reduction workers and the services can't scale to the massive influx of people from across the state.
There's been numerous times where they said buses have showed up from people with out of state as well.
Yeah.
Usually it's like red states, and it's fucked up.
Yeah, I was in Austin one time at the Greyhound station, and it was always like drunk ass dudes who like got pulled off the streets, and they're like all stoked. I was like, "Why are you guys so excited?" They're like, "We're going to Portland," and like Abbott sent like all of them.
We're going to Portland. What?
All kinds of fools. I mean, you know about the migrant buses, right?
Operator.
That's basically just the most extreme version of we're gonna take your tent,
Yeah.
throw it away, and make it go
Yes.
further
And
out from inner city.
then
So, what solutions do you guys see as far as that issue goes to
Sir.
mitigate that situation and find a better future?
Less funding for law enforcement and more funding for the people who actually live and reside in these cities.
When you say funding, like
How big we
what do you want the
talking?
funding to go to?
The
Yes.
first thing that comes to my mind is education and healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, just the way they prioritize their money is just makes no sense. As the problem gets worse, let's fund the cops more to make the problem worse, to fund the cops more, and it's just gonna keep going around and around.
How do y'all feel about the Second Amendment?
If you're comfortable being around guns, if you're comfortable owning a gun, I would encourage people to, because you don't want the state and fascists to be the only ones that have guns in practice. So that's where I fall with it.
Are there any pro-Second Amendment leftist organizations you feel like are helping get people trained and educated on things like firearm safety?
Yeah, there's
Nice.
Yellow Peril.
Okay.
SRA is the most popular, right?
Okay.
So you have a lot of friends
Oh
who
my
have
goodness.
straps.
That is fixed now.
And yeah, that's a big. Liberals don't like that one. Liberals hate guns. My parents, liberals, they hate them. I told them I wanted to get one. My mom gasped. Then I thought about it, and I was like, I don't want to get caught
Lottery
like Charlie.
adjustments, filter camera, filter blah blah blah.
I have guns and I practice with them. I don't love guns. Guns are my identity.
So you don't look at it and think like, yes.
No, not me personally. I mean, if that's what people are into, then hell yeah. But
Totally. What about you? You think guns are dope, or you think they're just not that dope, but you have to have them? So the
Nice,
enemies
nice,
don't have them?
I don't
nice.
think there's anything cool about guns.
Hey.
There's nothing cool about guns. I don't think that law enforcement.
Thank you for gifting your Azios. Well, I greatly appreciate it. Mwah.
I think it's an important tool. I think it's something that people, if they do decide to take up, need to do so carefully and responsibly, and people also need to realize that they're not for everybody and that that's okay. And if you're gonna learn how to put a hole in somebody, you also better fucking learn how to patch up that hole. Firearm safety is very important. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't like
Everything
the, like,
works so
glamorization
far.
of firearms.
Okay.
I wish there wasn't a need for them.
I
if they didn't
think
exist.
it's time to call
It's
it.
just not the reality that we live in.
And then I meant
What
to ask
say
you
you
this,
guys?
for y'all, what was your launch point politically in terms of getting more involved?
Yes, no, I don't know. Perhaps, maybe so. Who
The
knows?
blinders started to go away where I'm like, okay, this isn't necessarily something that I can just not engage with anymore.
During Trump's first
Up to me?
go around,
Okay, I think I'll call it. I'm also hungry, so I wanna mix food.
I think for me,
I usually only eat once a day or like half a meal. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out, everyone.
one of the things that they would do is
So let's see. I got most of this done. Player gate system's done. Visual filter system is done.
visibly queer and they would target them. One of my best friends who
So all of this is done now, which is nice.
his boyfriend at the time got murdered on his way home from
All of this is done. Player buffer system.
and I think one of the
I don't
biggest
need that.
radicalization moments was
ARUI, world menus.
Learning more about the shooting death of a Navy veteran by
Double
Portland
jump.
State University police.
The medical
Privacy.
examiner who confirmed the identity of the man is
So,
Jason Washington
oh my
announced
gosh,
as he
this
died
is about
from
to
a gunshot
finish.
wound to the
Oh my
torso.
goodness. Chat.
Trying to pull a friend out of a confrontation outside
This
a
is
bar
about
in
to be
Portland
done.
State early Friday morning. Washington had
This
a
whole
gun in a
thing is
holster by his
almost
right
done.
pocket. He falls in that brawl, and witnesses tell us the gun had fallen out, and they say Washington may have been trying
I just have to
pick it
do
up
the
as he
private
walked
room
away.
system, but
Contrasting
as you
that
can
with
see,
the
this
way it
private
was
room
portrayed
system
in
is
the video, that was kind of
it's
like a
pretty
wake-up
insane.
call, what the fuck moment for me. So
I'm
it's
gonna have
like
to
there's
do
two
so
things
much
on
work
that,
for this.
and
Oh my
it was
gosh.
kind of just like a snowball from there.
I mean, those are some pretty major consecutive
Like,
events to happen.
oh.
Optimistic or pessimistic? What do we think?
Look at
Not for
all of
tonight, but for the
this.
future of the country.
Optimistic.
This is one canvas, then
Optimistic? Brave new world? Or
second
hopeless future?
I think we have to
canvas.
stay optimistic. I know it's hard, but there's no other way
Oh
to live.
my gosh,
If
that
we
is
lose
so
hope, we lose
much.
the ability to fight for a better future.
That
Y'all
is
wanna give
so
a message to
much
the
that I
kids?
have to
Raise your kids.
Don't be
fix.
intimidated. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
just
see.
people
1,
wearing black
2,
clothes.
3,
Like, that's all it is.
4.
And they can try to paint us to be terrorists. They can try to paint us to be whatever.
Oh,
But
shit.
at the end of the day, we're just very caring people that
Notification?
are just wearing black clothes.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News. Channel 55.
So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrew Callahan y hoy estamos en una ciudad que se llama Eagle Pass,
1,
una
2,
ciudad
3.
en Texas muy cerca a la frontera.
So
In our previous
6,
episode, we were in Arizona
10 for
in Gringo
each
Pass,
one. So this is
covering the border
about
situation there. But in the grand scheme of human traffic, Gringo Pass is small potatoes compared to Eagle Pass.
10,
In the past
20,
couple of
40,
years, or past
6,
couple months,
wait,
Eagle Pass has
10,
kind of been
20,
the center of the
30,
border
40,
crisis in the
50,
US,
60,
mainly because the border here
70,
is less
80,
fortified.
90,
It's a river
100.
instead of a wall, and you can't build a wall in the river, I don't think. Plus, from a population perspective,
Thursday
Eagle
we
Pass is
are.
a pretty remote area. And so
Oh
for a
my
long time, the
gosh.
government paid it
I'll
for
just
months.
do this
The
during the
Border
morning,
Patrol and
like
ICE's budget is about
before
17 and
Haven
18 billion
tomorrow.
dollars per year. And they
Because
spend most of that
holy
money fortifying
heavens,
border
I gotta go
traffic
through all
borders like
these
the border between
different
El Paso,
doors
Juarez,
and
San
rooms and
Isidro,
stuff.
and Tijuana,
I mean,
even
it's not
Laredo and
that
South
bad.
Texas,
So
which has caused the cartel that controls
I need.
human
Oh,
smuggling
you know what I
routes
need
along
to
the
do?
border
I need to use
shift its
my
operations to this
my
dandy little
renamer.
town, which up until
At this
this year
point,
was
where is
virtually
it?
unknown, aside from being
So
a
let me
place
set
where
this
no
up for
country for old men is found.
tomorrow.
Eagle Pass has been on the map recently, more in the past
Windows.
1, 2 to maybe 3 years, more than it's been like its whole life.
The scene yesterday
Game
in Eagle Pass,
options,
Texas, has become
services,
quite familiar.
tools.
Texas has taken control of a
Where's
part
my
of Eagle
rename?
Pass in the fight
Yeah,
over
what
the
do I do up
state's
there?
razor
Panels.
wire on the border. The Biden administration is asking the High Court to let Border Patrol officers take it down
Where's my
because
mass
it's interfering
rename?
with federal law.
Thousands are crossing
Yeah,
here.
I'm
like,
ending in a moment.
we
I'm
had
just
like
setting
a couple
this
weeks
up.
ago, like 6,000 crossing one night, like just caravans of them come through. Elon Musk came a couple weeks
Mulligan
ago. I
rename.
feel like, I mean, it's cool he's coming and putting some attention on it because we're trying to get help. Like this is getting out of hand. Like a lot of business owners are complaining. It's getting like to be a big deal, you know.
In our previous coverage along the Arizona border, I got the chance to speak to many migrants of
I don't
different origins,
understand.
some from
At-
Guatemala, some from Guinea,
Huh?
some from Senegal, and some from Bangladesh. And though their stories were all quite different, the common thread between them was
Where is
economic
this?
uncertainty and political instability in their home country, which they were happy to tell me about. What I wasn't able to gather a lot of information
Oh.
about was the actual process of being
Jobs.
trafficked by a coyote.
Try.
And so after leaving Arizona, I came into contact with two coyotes who live in Piedras Negras, the town across the border from Eagle Pass, who had somehow seen
Where
my
is
show
this
and so
reading?
agreed to give me an interview,
General.
as well as a complete ride-along and a tour of their
It's in the
operations.
timeline? I
However,
don't
their
know.
meetup instructions were pretty
Else.
sketchy. They refused to meet me across the border in Texas, and instead insisted that I walk over the border on foot to meet them on the other side. So I figured that just to be safe, I'd find a local bilingual friend to help walk me across and make sure nothing crazy happened. So I
Man.
hit up local
Grab-
rapper
oh,
Cheddar
here.
Blanco to essentially be my escort.
Riding with 50 racks, so I keep me a strap on my lap and a strap in the back. Riding with 20 bags of the
Oh,
gas,
shit.
gotta serve like the whole Eagle Pass. And I got EP on my back, so I do what I do to put us on the map. Remember
On the
when
map.
like 2016 when Young Cheddar had married the trap?
Cheddar is
Trap.
born and raised in
Yeah.
Eagle Pass, and growing up had a lot of friends and family who were involved
Yeah.
in the coyote business.
So how much does it typically cost to have a coyote transport you across the river?
Okay, I need. Okay, settle down, guys. Settle down. I will do the private system. I'll do some work on the private systems tomorrow, so I can at least get types 1, 2 taken care of, and then the venue and everything. But yeah, almost done.
You gotta pay another couple thousand to make
Almost
it out
done.
of the city. So people end up
Oh, I
paying
need
like
to crack
20
my
bands,
back.
bro. Like to go from Mexico to Chicago, San Antonio,
Okay.
anywhere up where they're trying to work.
Thanks for hanging out, everyone.
they
I
spend
hope you
15 to 20
all
bands for
enjoyed your
sure.
stay. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it may be. And
Surprisingly, like I
yeah,
came across some and I even talked to some. They say that
thanks for hanging
with
out.
zero money, they came over here walking, like from Venezuela, Ecuador,
I'm just backing
Colombia,
this
like
up just
all
in
these
case.
different countries where
Okay,
the country's just
bye
so
everyone.
bad, they don't have like there's no light and
Let me pause this. Bye everyone. Mwah. Yeah. Tomorrow I don't stream, so just be mindful of that. And yeah. Thursday more than likely is gonna be another mapping stream. Because we haven't done it in a while, so I'm kind of backed up on that. So this is me doing catch up. Because I was also doing a lot of model work. A and I are actually going to start doing Just Dance on stream again because we need to. We decided we need to start getting fit and everything again. So if anything, if it's not mapping, it's Just Dance. Yeah. On Thursdays. No longer Saturday. Yeah. 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 Anyways, I'm just going to like stare awkwardly in silence at all of you until I decide to hit the stop streaming button. Just you and I. Here. In silence. Yeah. Now I moved even closer to my microphone. You like that, huh? How about this? Oh, there goes my English. I bit my tongue as I said that. Don't worry about it. Oh, hi. Good morning. Do you like me whispering into your ears? Would you like a dinner, a bath, or perhaps watashi? Good morning, dear. How are you? Did you sleep well? Do you like all these random prompts I'm just thinking about? Oh my. Oh my, dear. What a big, girthy, large, round and rimmed, beefy 5-layer burrito, beef supreme chalupa